All right, all right. We're back. We are back. We got some people up in their house breaking the doors down. Welcome, everybody. All right, all right. Just want to ask a question for those content creators that are going to be joining the panel tonight, super power panel. Hopefully, you got the link to the StreamYard that I sent you by email. I hope I didn't go into the spam section. Hope that didn't happen, but let me know if I need to drop the link in the chat so that this way you can have it that way if you didn't get it the other way. But other than that, we are back live tonight. Wow. How many of you were here last night for last night's live? Do you see what I see regarding the Sebastian Rogers case, type of 1? Let's just see how many of you were here. Because you definitely showed me some love on that live last night. Blew me away. All right, let's see oh my goodness, all the ones. Okay, we had some people watching replays and okay. Hi, Ebony, how you doing? Wow. Okay, part of it, I was here, wonderful, okay. Watch the replay today, good. Because I tried to give you what, whenever I study a case, I tried to give you a case analysis, an assessment and analysis. And hopefully, if you were here, you walked away with something just a little bit extra, not a whole lot, but just a little bit extra to fix your eyes on what we're about to do here tonight. It was excellent. Okay. Thank you, Steve. We got so many names rattling up through here. I'm going to do my best to pop your comments into the chat during the course of the live tonight. And if there are any questions, if there are any specific comments that you'd like to share, by all means, share, because that is exactly what it's all about. So I see voices behind the wall up in here. I saw Justin back here. Okay. All right. Just got to make sure we got the crew together. So normally I would go into a huge warm-up session with you, say hello to everybody, get everybody's names, but you see there's a lot of names and the numbers are going to grow. And so much love to everyone. Much love to everyone. And I'm glad that if you were here last night, you walked away with something. Justin was doing his thing this afternoon, doing what I enjoy watching him do. He's got to show me some things regarding how to blank out, when you have two people being interviewed. He was covering the interview concerning Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and he blacked out one side of it to block one of the interviewees. And I like that. I like that technique because now you can lay eyes on how one is responding while the other one's talking. And he did a magnificent job picking out the body language, the stress points, the stress cues we talked about last night. And great live, Justin. Absolutely great live you did. You always do. So with that said, with a sound check, and are you ready to go, type of 1? With a sound check, and are you ready to go, type of 1? And we got people from all over the place in here tonight. All right. Oh, Mark, that was funny. He didn't type a 1. It looked like he typed a zip code. Oh, man. Okay. Good sound check, because that's important. All right. Okay, so let's get ready to go to work. Wow, I feel people in this room tonight. Y'all are really fixed on this. This is great. 420 people. Don't forget to hit the like button. Please show your attendance. Let's get this one out into the algorithm as well. With more than 11,000 views so far in less than a 24-hour period of time for last night's live. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That tells me you want me on board. With that said, let's get into tonight's case. Sebastian Rogers. All right. So what I wanted to do tonight, for those that are laying eyes on this for the very first time, maybe a second time, or maybe you have been following the case in its entirety. I just want to bring people up to speed as to what this case is about, what's been going on with it, who's been covering it, what's been covered, and what hasn't been covered yet so far. So I'm going to start off this evening with obviously one of my favorite content creators. Obviously, Court TV did a very good piece. And I thought this would be a good piece to begin tonight's power discussion on the case of Sebastian Rogers. So with that said, let's go to work.
Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there is an unsolved mystery. It was a Sunday night going into a Monday morning, and 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was supposed to be inside his home sleeping. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, says he went to bed at 9, but was making some noise around 10, including a thud sound. Katie told him to go to sleep. She went to bed around midnight. Then at 6 a.m., Katie woke up. She went to his room to get him ready for school, but Sebastian was gone. She searched the house and he was nowhere to be found. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was not home, and Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, was at work about 45 minutes away. Police responded and began trying to figure out what happened. That was back on February 26th. And now, more than a month later, no sign of Sebastian, no sign of foul play, and no answers about what happened. Tonight, we'll take a look at some of the strange facts surrounding this case, like the lights in the neighborhood at 3 a.m. We'll also take a closer look at Sebastian and how his medical conditions and mental health could have played a role. And we'll focus on the water searches as we continue our investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I'm Benny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight on Closing Arguments. I can't believe we're still here tonight in the search for a 15-year-old boy with autism, and there's zero leads. Zero leads in this case. How does that happen? And you take a step back and you think, well, what are the possibilities of where he is or what happened to this little boy? Now, he could have, he's 15 years old. He could have, on his own, gotten up and run away. But could a 15-year-old boy in the middle of the night get up, run away, and not leave evidence of anything? Could he be that stealth? Now, people often, sometimes people run away and they don't want to be found for whatever reason. And obviously that's a possibility here. But a 15-year-old boy pulling that off? 15-year-old boy with autism, able to just get out of the house, no one's gonna find me, go wherever he's going, and somehow hiding and surviving? That's one possibility, right? Another possibility is somebody did something and something happened. But over and over again, we hear no evidence of foul play. And the real question I have tonight is, investigators, are they any closer to finding him? So there was another search, and we heard about this last week, a search of the area. So if they're searching that area, that means that, from my perspective, they don't know where he is, number one. They don't necessarily know what happened to him. Because they're telling us no evidence of foul play, and we're still searching and we're still finding nothing. So are they any closer tonight than they were on February 26th? And let's look at the other possibility here, right? That there is foul play without any evidence, right? There's no evidence of foul play. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't foul play and they just have not found any evidence. Or it could be a combination of the two, that he decides to leave on his own and then something happens. But still, under all of these scenarios, there's not one video. There's not one witness coming forward. There's no forensic evidence. There's no evidence of anything happening anywhere. Like, this is baffling to me that in 2024, someone just vanished. Where could he be? I think these water searches are crucial, and we're going to talk about that tonight. And you look at the neighborhood and you go around, and there's ponds everywhere. They're kind of murky. But, like, wouldn't there be evidence, like, leading to that pond or something, wherever it is, whether it's close or far? I mean, how far is he getting without shoes in the middle of the night? Like, really, where's he going? Where's a 15-year-old without shoes going? Why doesn't anyone know? Why doesn't anyone know? I'm asking a lot of questions tonight because there's all questions. There seemingly aren't answers anywhere. But why doesn't anyone know where he is? It's mind-boggling. In most of the cases that we've covered, someone's missing, there are certain clues. Oh, there's a ping off of a cell phone. There's a spotted at a rest stop. There is someone who's wanted. There is
something that is left behind that, okay, the case isn't solved, but there's a lead, like there's a direction. Here, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. How is that possible? And why doesn't anyone know?
Those are my questions too. Why doesn't anyone know? I wish Vinny was on our panel here tonight. Anyway, with that said, wanted to just give everyone just a preliminary overview of that and share with you that information as we begin to go into tonight's live. So to begin with, let's go to work. To start, I'm going to be bringing up from Voices Behind the Wall, incredible content creator that's been following this story, tightly knit, and can deliver some awesome content. They're from Canada. I've come across them from the Summer Wells case and learned a lot from them just covering that case. And I look for the facts. I know they do. Without further ado, I bring up Mark and Cher from Voices Behind the Wall.
Hello, hello.
How
Hey,
are
John.
you? How are
Doing
you?
good. How are you?
Okay, doing good. We're getting things rolling, getting things started. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really quick, John. So Mandy is out of service area with her family celebrating the 4th, so she's not going to make it tonight, but she said, you know, we'll see each other around. And then Brittany said she'll be here, but she's running a little late.
Right. Oh, okay, good. I was hoping we would have word regarding them. Okay, great. That's what a tight team does. Communicate. Next up, I'm going to be bringing on to the panel the one and only, the guy that blew me up and really does absolutely fantastic work. He's been covering this case deep, and his channel shows it. You know, the people are really focused on this case from a different perspective. And the work he does definitely reminds me of the work that I do whenever I work casework. He's an extraordinary, brilliant, very talented, methodical, thorough creator. And so with that said, I bring up on the platform tonight, Justin.
Hello.
Hey, Justin.
Hello.
And Tammy's in chat, and she has the link. Tammy, get your butt up here, girl.
What's up, Dustin?
Hello. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Not too
Good.
shabby.
You guys, I love when I get to see Mark like really into something and passionate about something, especially in cases, of course. But yeah, you guys have him looking and hunting down pens and notebooks, and he's been watching and taking his notes. So yeah, that's awesome.
Good.
That's good. Everybody's got a little homework, and that's great. That's great. I'm glad that everybody's tuned into tonight's special power discussion on the Sebastian Rogers case. And next up, I'm going to be bringing up another content creator. Specifically, I made a call, very special call, to some folks regarding the Roundtable, which is an investigative think tank group which does case studies on stories such as this. So we are definitely to have two members. I'm also a member of the Roundtable. Join us here tonight on panel. And first up, this content creator and I go back to the Kanika Jenkins case. And she is absolutely extraordinary in the work that she does. There's one word, actually two words that she always works on, looks for, and delivers. First word, details. Second word, documentation. Just as I would want it. She's had her channel for quite some time, and she covers missing persons, crime stories, case resolutions. She's an extraordinary content creator. Without further ado, I bring up Miss 54 Keys.
What's going on, John? What's going on? Justin in the building.
Hey,
Okay.
how are you
Marcus,
doing?
I appreciate y'all being here, man. You know,
course.
John tried to give us an overview of this case, and the details don't sit right. So
They don't. They really don't.
Exactly.
yeah, I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad you could take time out of your schedule to be on tonight's power discussion panel concerning this case.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
All right.
Here.
Next up, another member of the round table. Him and I go way back also to the Kanika Jenkins case. And I've learned a lot from him regarding his perspective on what he was able to cover. Man, if this guy can really do some video studies and assessment and analysis, as well as he listens between the lines, you know, that gray area that they don't talk about during interviews and conversations, such as the ones that we've witnessed. Well, he's the one. He's always been the one. I call him my brother, and he's very talented in what he does. He's helped me to produce John Q on YouTube. Without further ado, I bring up Boss Man Blake.
What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Salute. I appreciate it.
What's up, boss man?
How you doing, Justin?
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, good. Mark and Cher, how y'all doing? Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all, and I'm glad to be here with y'all.
Good to have you. Good to have you. I'm glad you were able to squeeze out your time to join us here tonight on panel. And so last night I did a live, and I was going through behavior analysis, and it gave me chills doing it, covering case comparisons from the Amari Nicholson case, from the Trezell and Jacqueline West case, our California City Boys, Classic and Sincere. We also took a look at an ongoing case right now concerning Madeline Soto and what happened to her. We took a little bit of a dive on her video interview with the news reporter, Jennifer Soto's interview, as well as Stephen Stern, and how he looked and what he looked like, and now where he is. He's in custody, and he's looking to stand trial. And it was to actually bring the audience into behavior profiling, what to look for, where are the stress cues, how are they responding, what are they trying to stay away from, breathing, eyes, skin color, tensions, all of those nuances, as Justin would say, is what he looks for. It's what I look for. And when we got to the interview concerning Chris and Katie Proudfoot, we saw some startling things in that interview, I must say. I certainly have, and was able to pick out some red flags. Some
Lots
deep
of red
red
flags.
flags. Yeah. And so what we want to do here tonight is that with the content creators on board, and hopefully Brittany will be able to join us too, I wanted us to be able to share with each other here tonight some of the things that you've come across, Justin, that you'd like to share Hopefully you have, whether it's videos, pictures, or audio, things of that nature. And also mark and share what you would like to bring to the table and share with us tonight concerning your perspective point of view on this case.
Sounds good.
All right. So with that said, and not to put anybody on the spot, I'd like Justin, if you will. I know that you've just got finished doing a live this afternoon. If you can give us a little bit of a case summary on what you were able to cover today and share with your panel and, or excuse me, your audience in regards to the information that you covered.
Sure. So we were studying an interview that Chris and Katie had been. I think it was one of their first interviews. I was probably. I'm trying to think. It's probably their fourth interview that they had did, and it was with a creator. Her name is Chronicles of Olivia, and she's a really big creator. She's huge on TikTok. She's really big on YouTube, and she had been down whenever, I'm trying to think of the gentleman's name who went missing in Nashville. Can anybody? He was in the river. Anyway, she was doing another interview, and she had got in touch with Chris and Katie, and they sat down to do that interview. And to me, that interview is very important because it's one of the few interviews that Katie does more speaking. And, as you know, in true crime, the first interviews are the most important. The first statements is really the foundation work. That's what you should take to the bank, so to speak. And it's one of the few that Katie actually kind of has control over, but there is also a lot of chaos, anxiety happening with Katie while she's doing this interview. So much so that, in my opinion, Chris actually coughs one good fake time. And you can see the anxiety continues to start. And so we've been, I've been, I've done some statement analysis classes and, profiling classes. And one class that we was taught if there was two people, like a couple speaking, trying to allegedly perhaps covering for each other, you should block out one. That way you can just pay attention to what the other one is stating. And so that's what we were doing today. And there's not very many interviews where they're actually sitting down. There's a couple news interviews. There's a interview with Olivia, and then there's the Nancy Grace, and that's all there is. But Katie speaks more on that because Katie predominantly lets Chris speak, especially after that interview. So that's what we were doing.
Right. Okay. And Mark and share your thoughts or anything that you would like to share with us in reference to what you've been able to cover.
Well, so far I've only watched 3 interviews with Chris and Katie, and it's kind of just leaving me with more questions than answers. But one thing I was really keen to find out is I wanted to know if Sebastian apparently, when he left, allegedly, locked the door behind him when he left. And Katie said that he did. So I found that extremely odd, because my theory was if he left the house without shoes, he must have been scared of something in the house. Like he had to leave immediately, didn't have time to stop and grab his shoes, but he had time to turn around and lock the door.
Right.
and get a flashlight, a keychain
Yeah, his
flashlight.
keychain light.
That
He may
said
have already
that
had
didn't
that in
work.
his pocket for whatever reason, but yeah, it makes no sense. Why would he turn around and lock the door?
Wow. That does not make any sense. Come down here a little bit because I want to give folks a visual as to the home that Sebastian went missing out of. This is a beautiful ranch style home, an absolutely gorgeous neighborhood. And as you can see, the driveway area where we were told the night that Sebastian went missing, Katie's car was parked in the garage and the door was closed. She also had a work vehicle that was also parked back here in the driveway. Now, what we've been told is that she is a security technician and has a work vehicle. And this is where that vehicle was parked that night when Sebastian went missing. We also notice here too at the side of the house that there is an access door. Now,
Is that the
does
door he
anyone,
left out of?
I'm sorry, what's that?
I said, is that the door? What door did he leave out of? The front or the side? How did he get out? Which door?
Right.
He supposedly left. There is only one door that they say that he could have left out of, and that is the front door. All of the other doors in the house, he would have had to have had a key to lock it from behind. And with the front door, you just needed a code to lock it from behind, or lock it from the front. The other ones, you had to have a physical key, and the other door, one in the back, they said that he would never open that door because Sebastian has autism and he is scared of the noise. Plus, Chris says he would have been seen on camera.
So Justin, you said he had to have a code to lock the front door?
Right.
Yeah, it was a code keypad. Yep.
Yeah. Now, my code keypad, it locks by itself.
Right.
But I guess
So
there's
when you just go out and leave, you just shut your door and it will automatically lock up.
that's what mine does.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But apparently theirs, you have to enter it again. Also, Katie, she works for Brink's security system, so she installs security systems, camera systems all day long.
So is there not one at the front door?
A security like
Yeah. So is there a security camera at the front door?
they say that they have no security systems.
Man, get out of here.
What?
No. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but that's a lie, right, Justin? Because JLR drove by, like, we have pictures of there being, like, lights and cameras or sensor lights or whatever at some point, and then they were taken down at some point.
They have floodlights, but they're not motion censored. They are hardwired. You got to turn them on and off.
Let's do the math.
No,
Math.
Look at the neighborhood. You know, I know it's a nice looking neighborhood.
Right.
You would expect for someone to have security cameras, especially someone who worked for a security company.
Absolutely.
Well, that was Nina's first comment when he texted his ex for whatever reason, and her first response was, "Well, did you check all your cameras?" But he's been going around saying they don't have cameras, but like that was Nina's, and I know that guy had that house rigged up. Are you kidding me? Just
absolutely
the narcissistic abuser he is. He absolutely had that entire place inside and outside, rigged up with cameras.
They said that Nina, Chris's ex, they share a child together, and she comes and spends time with Chris during the summer and holidays. She said that there was definitely cameras inside.
Hmm.
If there's cameras
And
inside, there's cameras outside.
I
you
mean, they
would
got
think,
I ain't
darn
buying
cameras
that.
on the outside of their camper, so of course
Right.
they have them on their
See?
house.
Absolutely. I'm with you.
a month after the camera, a month after Sebastian left, she had Brinks come and install a new security system. Also, when the house was sold, it was sold with an ADT security system.
Wow.
So
So you want me to believe? Oh, go ahead.
no,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
go ahead, Fafo. Go
So
ahead.
you want me to believe that they bought the house? They bought the house with the security system, took the security system out, and then placed the security system back after he went missing or been missing for a minute?
Yeah. And then
I
took
mean,
it out again.
No, I can't go with that.
Right.
right.
I can't go with that one.
So
That's what we would call is very odd behavior.
Right.
That's what I call some
Right.
BS.
So my question would be, besides the mother, because the mother was home with him that evening that he went to bed, correct? It was just him and her, right?
She would, yeah.
Apparently.
Mhm.
When was the last time somebody saw him outside of her?
They were at a steakhouse. Was it Texas Steakhouse?
Yep.
And the TBI showed Seth, the biological father, Katie and Sebastian leaving the steakhouse in the parking lot.
And then he went to work.
And then they went to back to their house. And you see, you can, like, when the neighbors see the car coming in and going into the garage, but you can't see who's in the car. Right. However, Katie said he took the trash out a little bit after they arrived home that evening, and you can see someone taking the trash out here in the driveway to the curb, but that's it. You can't see who it is. It's more of a shadowy figure.
Okay.
So do you think they removed them before calling 911?
Well,
Yeah.
Katie, I mean, that's what she did in the Navy, was wire like things on the ship and all that stuff. And she installs security systems all day long. So she could probably rip one down pretty quick, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I found it strange that they didn't have a security system. Now you've got a young teenager living in the house with you. You figure, it's a beautiful house. How much do you think that house cost?
I can tell you, it was $600 and some $1,000, and now it's worth, I think, it's worth even more than that.
Wow.
And you can't afford a security system,
right?
Like,
Rock paint lady,
Come on
yeah,
now.
you're right.
So it brings me to another question that I had when I first listened to the first video you played, John. Has he ever done anything like leaving the house without his mom or father knowing?
Never. He is a kid that is scared of he's scared of, like, he had a bad incident with fire ants one time. His mom admits that he doesn't like to be dirty. He is not an outdoor kid. The neighbor said they never saw this kid outdoors playing or anything like that. He would be outside sometimes if the stepdad was outside, but it was usually him yelling at him. But there's nothing to indicate that a kid lives there, right? You don't see a trampoline, you don't see a bike. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sound like a case I heard before.
Right.
They said that they seen Sebastian getting snacks in the kitchen on camera, but those cameras weren't there that night. Interesting.
So
Interesting.
let's go back to the video again that you played earlier, John. And I think they said she heard a thud after he supposedly went to bed. And then they said she told him to go to sleep. Did she get up out of her bed and go in the room and tell him that? Or did she
And did
just
she holler? Right.
go to sleep? Because I want to know, did she see him?
Did she
No.
say it? Absolutely.
John,
No, she didn't.
would you mind if I pulled the interior of the house up so they can
Oh,
see?
go right ahead. Go
Absolutely.
right ahead. Absolutely. We're working tonight.
Okay.
So the side of the house here, as Justin does that, I wanted to show the two exterior lights in the garage area. During the course of Nancy Grace's interview with them, it was stated whether the lights were on or off, or whether they had sensors to do it automatically. It was stated that they're not censored. Okay, so you'd have to manually turn on the lights. And according to Chris's statement or answer to one of Nancy's questions concerning the lights, he said that they were on. And in my mind, I said, well, how would you know? You were at work.
Yeah.
Right.
You
It
see,
sounded like that's just what they always did. They always just left them on.
So they're
Like
not
it's
motion.
just routine. Mm.
So these are not motion sensor lights. They just stay on.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the door that Sebastian always used. They said always. He would go through the garage door, obviously, when he was driving with his mom, but this is the only door that they said he would go out of. This is the interior of the home that they allege Sebastian would have went out of. So this is the dining room. It's right off from the entrance. Here's the dining room. And you can see it better right here. This is leading to the kitchen. This is the entrance. And this is the living room that Katie says she was in. She said she was laying on the couch, told Sebastian to leave or to go to bed at 9 o'clock. I don't know what 15-year-old boy goes to bed at 9 o'clock, but
Right.
okay. Now Sebastian takes his medicine at night because he doesn't sleep a lot, and the medicine, I guess, helps him sleep, allegedly. But she says she's laying here on the couch from about she says 9 o'clock until just before midnight. Her and it's known as the 3-hour phone call. It's technically about 2-hour phone call because Chris says they were on the phone from 9:46 to just before midnight. So 9:46, 11:46, about 2 hours. But she says that while she is laying on this couch, she is speaking to her husband, Chris. They speak apparently for hours of the evening, since they don't get to see each other that often. And Sebastian, in one of her stories, Sebastian pokes his head out at around 10 o'clock and says, "Good night, puppies. Good night, mama." And then she's on the phone with Chris, but also she says she's reading a book, a chapter, studying for college work. And what else did she say she was doing? And she started to fall off to sleep. But at around 10 o'clock, she hears a thud, which she finally told us a thud in like the 5th or 6th interview. She hears a thud and she says, "Bubba, are you okay in there?" And he says, "Yes, ma'am." And then another thing she said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but go to bed. And she says she doesn't check on him. Now that he's older, she doesn't check on him before he goes to sleep. Mind you, this is a 15-year-old autistic child who has a pocket of fluid in his head. If you would hear a thud, you would go running,
Absolutely.
right? Something bust in the kid's head. That's a problem.
That was a
But
red flag to me.
red flag, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
big red flag, because just knowing just that, what you just got
Mhm.
finished saying, knowing that there is a specific physical vulnerability regarding your child, especially that, and you hear a thud 1 hour after you say you sent him to bed,
Mhm.
and it was loud enough for her to hear. Was she still on the phone at that time? We don't know.
Mhm.
But this is just part of her conversation or part of the answers that she gave.
Mhm.
And you mean to tell me from a maternal point of view, a woman's maternal intuition, not to go and say, hey, I know his medical condition. I know what I got to deal with. Let me just make sure that he's okay.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this: what time did you guys say he left? They left the Texas row house.
It's 6:30.
And what time did he have to be to work?
What's that?
What time? Because I said in the video he was at work when all this happened. So what time did he go to work?
Wasn't it that morning?
Oh, Chris,
Yeah.
the stepdad, he is supposedly works in Memphis, which is about 3.5 hours away.
Mm.
Now he stays there during the week, and he says he hadn't been back at the house at all since February 5th. Now Sebastian goes missing the night of the 25th into the 26th. So yeah. Now Sebastian's room is right over here. Right over here. Right? Like right here where we're looking at. And mom is laying right here on the couch laying right here on the couch, like Sebastian's room.
So if she got up from the couch and was getting ready to go to bed, she would have had to pass his room, correctly? Correct?
No, she wouldn't have passed his room because her bedroom is right back here.
Okay, gotcha.
And we're looking this way.
Right.
Gotcha.
So now,
Yeah.
okay, so here's my thing. So they're seeing, because see, I like the timeline. We got to
Yep.
break down the timeline. So if they're seen leaving Texas Roadhouse at 6:30, and you said they go home from there, right?
Yep.
And next thing we know, there's supposedly this phone call that's what, 9:46, 9:45-ish.
Yep.
For about 2 hours.
Yep.
That time frame right there bothers me. Because it's almost like
they skip over it.
Yeah. They're trying to, block that time frame. That's a problem.
Right.
Like I was on the phone. Like I don't know nothing. I heard something, but I don't know nothing. That's what that's what that feels like to me.
That's what I was saying, because for whatever reason, Chris specifically keeps telling us, well, it happened between midnight and 6 a.m. Whatever happened was between midnight and 6 a.m. Well, that's not true, because she sent Sebastian to bed at 9 p.m. and she didn't put eyes on him after 9 p.m. She heard a thud at 10 p.m. Allegedly, he responded to her at 10 p.m., but she never went and put eyes on him. But whatever purpose, they don't want us focused on between 9 and midnight. They want us focused between midnight and 6 a.m. So why are they pushing us? Yeah, why are they pushing us away from 9 p.m. to midnight?
Right. And that's why she's saying, it had to happen after midnight. She's messing with the time.
Yeah.
It's before that. I believe that. It's before that. Whatever happened to him.
Can anybody place him in the house after they came from the restaurant?
Only the mother. That's it.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's what I was
that's
saying.
Mm.
And
That's
there's
a problem.
nothing about what happened from the time they got home until he went to bed.
Right.
Yeah.
What'd she
Right.
say? He played?
I don't
Like,
remember.
yeah, she said he played with his toys or something like that, and that was it. Like, no details at all.
Mm.
But then you got all these details about I was reading a book, I was talking to my husband, I was watching TV.
Possible popcorns.
Yeah, the colossal popcorn earlier. She had details everywhere except from 6:30 till 9.
Mm.
Yep, man, no.
I mean, who talks to their husband for 2 hours on a phone? You've been together 7 years. Let's get real.
Thank you.
Now
Justin.
let me ask you this. I know, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Justin. Now let me ask you this.
You want?
So if they're seen leaving Texas Roadhouse at 6:30, how long does it take to get from there to the house?
About 15 minutes.
About 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
And nobody knows what time they actually arrive. We can only go by what the mother say, right?
They did arrive about 15 minutes after, from what the neighbors say that happened on camera. So I mean they do know what it was like 6:45. So they were there at 6:45. I don't, in my opinion, there wouldn't have been enough time for her to do something,
Right.
when he's perfectly fine, and do something with him and then go home in 15 minutes. So
Right. I agree. Absolutely.
Unless she just left him with dad.
Oh,
well, you mean stepdad?
oh.
No, dad. Didn't you say
Well, no.
Seth was there?
Because
No.
that's who they went to dinner with, the biological father, correct?
The
Yeah, but Seth
biological
was at
father
work.
was
Go
at
to
work.
dinner and then
He
you
was-
spend 2
he's
hours
at
on
work.
the phone with him.
Oh, I thought you said earlier he was at the dinner.
I thought
No.
that's what I heard.
No.
No.
He was the biological dad he works at a jail, and he was at work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So who did? Okay, wait.
So
Wait,
the
after
stepfather
he got
was
the
at
dinner.
her house.
So who had dinner?
Yeah.
Stepfather.
They had dinner. Katie and Chris. They were leaving the Texas Steakhouse.
Chris
Okay.
is the stepfather.
Wait, what?
What did I say?
Chris,
Did I say Chris and
Chris
Katie?
was
Did I
at the dinner?
No, sorry. I'm getting myself confused.
Yeah, because that's not right.
Katie and Sebastian were at dinner.
Yeah.
And then they left at 6:30. They were home at 6:45.
Yeah, it was just
Okay.
Katie.
The stepfather.
And no, it was Chris's sister at dinner with Katie, right?
Nobody. It was just Katie and Sebastian.
Just Katie
at
and
dinner.
Sebastian at dinner.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought Melissa was there.
Thank you for clearing
No.
that up.
No.
Yeah, we
No.
needed that detail.
Yeah. I'm sitting here like, you said he haven't been there
Yeah.
since February the
February
5th, and I'm like,
That's what I
so
wrote
he
down.
came and had dinner with them. He didn't go to the house, so thank you for clearing that up. That confused me.
Now, sometimes Chris will say, I haven't been there since February 5th. But then sometimes he will say, I can't tell you when I was at the house because law enforcement has told me not to say. That's his go-to. Listen, Sebastian went missing the night of February 25th into the 26th. It don't matter. They are not going to care what you did at your house the 3 weeks or almost 4 weeks before hand, if you was at your own house or not.
Like we've been talking, Justin, unless CPS people told him he couldn't be at the house, and that's why he's making it damn clear on these interviews he wasn't there at all.
Yep.
You
I
say he
think
couldn't be
that's
at
what it is.
Why he couldn't be at the house?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Why couldn't he be at the house?
Well, we don't know
No,
that.
we don't know that, but we just wonder if there was not like something placed on through CPS, like that Chris wasn't allowed at the house or
Sometimes
something for a
CPS
little
will tell
while.
you. Yeah.
Because don't forget,
So
CPS has been called on multiple people that surrounded Sebastian. So we didn't know if that's one of the reasons. Because when Chris likes to say stuff like, I whacked him one time, one time with a belt over his pants. Well, why did you even add over his pants? That makes me believe that it was bare ass now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's certain things he says, but I don't think it was ever, here, Seth, take custody. My marriage is on the rocks. I think that's just what they told Seth. And that's why asking Seth to take him. I don't think they ever wanted Seth to know that CPS was called on Chris, probably
Mhm.
multiple times.
this is Stepdad's 5th marriage,
Yeah.
by the way, 5th marriage. And yeah, so they had, CPS had been called, one time, I believe in November or December, I think it was December of 2023. CPS again was there in January 26th, I believe, of 2024. And Chris is gone from that house February 5th. It's really close together. And many times, while CPS is doing their their home study, their case analysis, they will make, instead of removing the child, they will make the one that the accusations of the abuse is coming from leave the house.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Ooh.
So am I understanding this correctly? So that night when they left Texas Roadhouse, so the only people that showed back up at the house was her and Sebastian, correct?
That's right. That's right.
So then you said there's footage of someone appearing to have taken out the trash.
Yes, Katie says Sebastian took out the trash
Okay.
after they got home. There is footage of that, but you can't tell who the
Oh.
person is taking out the trash.
Okay.
Justin, you bring up a very good point regarding that CPS issue. If they had to make him leave at the bottom or somewhere in January or even early February, and he had to leave the home, according to that report that was filed, him saying he wasn't in the house or he left for the job at the beginning of February, early February, and didn't come back up until the 26th. That piece of information tells me that he had to leave that house and not be there, according to a CPS order, so to speak, if you will.
Well, that's just what we think, though. That's not factual.
Okay,
Right.
no, I was just putting together as it connects to timeline, his timeline.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had a sneezing fit just now. I apologize. But another thing Chris says in an interview is when he's talking about the CPS lady coming, he says Sebastian thought he was going to get me kicked out of my house.
Right.
Right.
That's motive.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
And you can stack some things up behind that, like Sebastian loved cats, but Chris made him get rid of the cats.
Yes.
You have
So-
Katie on an interview, I think it was with Olivia, saying Sebastian had no friends, which I could understand, being that he has autism, he probably wouldn't get along well with other kids his age. But there has to be some kind of social programs, weekend things where you can take children who have special needs to meet and socialize with other children. But it doesn't sound like the mom had any interest in doing that at all.
His classmate says Sebastian was completely normal like every other kid. They said they didn't even notice, like he was just pretty much like any other kid.
Let's
But the
be
way they
real.
make it sound like it's,
Mm. But it's
they
just,
said he prayed for.
Katie saying that though, it really struck me as being apathetic towards her own son. And then when you tag on that thud, and he's got a brain swelling issue or whatever that was, and she doesn't go check on him.
I don't trust her.
And look at the house. Does that look like a house that a child lives in?
Well, this is, to be honest with, this is a staged house. This is when it was staged, when it was being sold.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay, never mind.
So,
But
to be fair, I can't say,
Okay, well, delete my last on that one, but you get what I'm saying, though. Like,
Yeah.
but it certainly didn't look like a kid was there on the outside.
But if we be honest with each other, the question is, did he leave or did someone take him? And if we go back and let's just think about it, this is an autistic kid. Y'all already said that he's never done anything like left the house before by himself. He's terrified.
So why now?
We understand it. So even asking the question why now, I eliminate it because he didn't.
He didn't.
The
That's
thing
why
is-
I'm going with that. He didn't let. Nah, I don't believe
For
that.
real. So if we can do 2 + 2 = 4, and we all feel that he didn't leave this house, then why is this lady still walking free?
Yep.
Because she was the only person there with him.
Only one with him.
I mean, the father, the stepfather, he got his alibi. The other father got his alibi. It's on her.
It's
There's
on her.
no evidence of foul play, as they say. So I'm assuming there's no evidence nobody broke in the house.
Right.
Ain't no way this kid keyed no lock and hit the code to lock that door. I'm not buying it.
And left without shoes. And left without his shoes on.
No, there's no evidence of a crime. They're saying he walked out willingly, and they said, but there's no scent of him walking out. The neighborhood is full of cameras.
I was just about to ask that.
Yes.
There's a Ring doorbell across the street. Anyone comes to the door, it picks it up, even across the street at their house. Nothing went off. Now, there is camera footage of a car coming in a common area close to their home at 3:00 in the morning. There is 2 individuals walking through the yard with either their cell phone on, using it as a flashlight, or a very, very small flashlight. They go up to the car. They're around the car for a little bit. That one individual runs back toward the area of this house, and the other individual backs up and leaves the neighborhood. But that is the only thing.
And you
as
said
far
that was
as
at
camera
3
footage,
a.m.?
3 a.m.
So let me ask you guys this: do y'all, if there's no footage, because you said there was footage from the neighbor's camera, if there's no footage of him leaving out the house after she went to sleep, or while she was on the phone with her husband for 2 hours, which I don't believe. So if there's no evidence of that, do y'all feel like this boy made it back from that steakhouse?
I think he made it back, but I think he was taken out in the middle of the night, or he was taking out the morning from the garage with when Katie says she starts looking for him.
So there's no body camera from the neighbors that can point and see that?
But if she was parked in the garage, it would have been real simple for her to put him in the car.
Yep.
And he left out with her that morning. And then she came back like, can't find him, he gone. Like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
That's what
That's
I
what that
say.
sound
That's the
like.
only thing that makes sense
That's
is
the only
he
thing
was
makes sense.
laying out. Yeah, he was laying in the back and she drove out of the garage with him. Like, I
Yeah.
really feel Katie's the one who took him out of that house. There's
Yeah.
no other.
And I
There's
believe
no,
something had
yeah.
already happened,
No other way.
which is why them two people that they seen on that camera at 3 a.m. was,
Right.
I don't trust none of that.
But did they see did they see her leave her house anytime that morning in her car?
She left at 6:03 in the morning and was gone for just a little bit. And then she comes back and then the police are there. And they also called the non-emergency number on a 3-way phone call. She calls her husband, who's supposedly 3.5 hours away. He calls the non-emergency line to make it quicker. He says that's his logic.
He also
And
said his buddy's line. He said, I called my buddy's line, Justin.
I
And
don't
what
remember
time was
hearing
this
that.
call made? What time was this call made?
But my thing is this: if I wake up and my son is gone, I'm not calling his daddy first. Now I'm gonna call his daddy at some point, but I'm calling the police first.
Right.
So if that no.
Yeah, she did a Candace Wells move.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bingo.
Well,
So-
not even his dad, calling his stepdad first.
That's his
before he left.
stepdad.
So if she was seen, or she said she left at 6 something that morning, what time was the 911 call or the non-emergency call? What time did that happen?
6:22 or 6:30. I can't remember if it was 6:20. Somebody will say it in chat, but it was like 6:20 or 6:30. But she called her husband, not the bio dad, the husband, her husband, at 6:03.
They need to do a radius from all angles and find out where she can go and get back at home in 20-something minutes.
In 19 minutes to be
19 minutes, whatever the time frame the call was. Yeah, that's all they got to do.
Yeah, because I think she took him somewhere.
Yeah,
absolutely. I really do.
Mm.
She took him somewhere.
There's no doubt about it.
And then decided to call Chris
first
to
let him know, I guess, what went on.
Now let me ask you this: when she said that she left at 6:00, wait a minute. When she said that she left, you said it was she called the husband at 6:03, and you said she left the house at what time?
6:03.
So okay.
Woke up at 6 o'clock. Wasn't in his room. She says, I looked around the house a minute or two flat. Looked around her big ass house for 1 or 2 minutes, and then immediately calls her husband, who's 3.5 hours away. They're on allegedly a 911 phone call together. I don't believe it was a 3-way phone call in the beginning. I think she might have called in and he added her, but she says in one of the interviews that Chris told me to hurry up and get to the house because the police were on their way. If you was on a 3-way phone call,
you would have heard them.
You know they're on their way. Your husband don't have to tell you that.
Right.
So you wasn't on that phone call the whole time.
Nope. I agree.
Good catch.
So, but you did say too, Justin, I can't forget this. The camera from a neighbor's house seen a figure putting trash in the trash can. So who could that have been if it wasn't Sebastian?
Katie. It had to be Katie.
But if that happened right after they returned from
you're right.
House, that could have been him.
That could have been him.
It could have been him. Yep. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it was Sebastian personally, because I mean, I don't think there's reason to lie at that time because he was most likely everything was fine, and she knows the cameras is going to pick it up across the street. She didn't know how good it was going to pick it up, but she suspected. So I personally think it was Sebastian taking out the trash.
Right.
And I think something happened after he went inside that house that evening. Right.
I I'm telling you, that
Justin, did you see
946.
that video?
What's that?
Did you see that video of the figure taking the trash out?
No,
I want to
no,
see it. Mm.
I
no.
want to see
Nobody
that.
has seen that video. We wasn't even supposed to see the car video, but we got
Yeah,
it.
Where
that's
that's
what I
at?
was wondering.
I can show it to you.
Yeah, let me see that.
I would love to see it. Yeah.
Details, loving the details.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
this is just a bit off topic, but it's something I've been wanting to ask it for a while. Chris said that the scent dogs tracked a scent from the house all the way down to one of the ponds or something like that.
there was a scent, but not the scent of Sebastian.
Not confirmed to be Sebastian's scent, but it was a scent.
a false hit.
Well, it was a scent going from the house to that pond or whatever.
Right.
It was no scent of. It's. We cannot consider the scent because there's been 12 dogs, and the you can call them. This is a contentious point for some people because I know a lot of people want to consider it, but law enforcement says not to.
So with everything that we have discussed and that we know about this case, what I picked out from it was, I think Chris, I'm assuming that's the stepfather, he was tired of this, and maybe he was going to leave this lady if she didn't do something about this kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
Especially if he was told he had to leave the house.
He was a problem. That
Right.
kid was a problem for them, for their relationship. I think he was a problem.
Yes, I felt that too.
And Chris was the one who pushed that the scent dogs track Sebastian down to the pond.
Law
It was Chris who said that.
Did law enforcement confirm that?
Could
Law
you repeat
enforcement
that?
said it's not viable or whatever, like Justin just said, but it was Chris who said that the dogs tracked Sebastian.
Well, Chris wants there to be a scent. That
Yeah.
way he thinks that he actually walked out of the house. But there is zero evidence that he walked out of his house by himself. There's just zero evidence. Whether it's a scent, a camera, a piece of clothing.
Right.
He's also, remember, it's cold or cool outside, and he's supposed to be barefoot,
Mhm.
and he doesn't like to get dirty.
And if he was barefoot, the dogs 100% would have been able to track his scent.
Yes,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's why I'm
It wouldn't
saying.
have been.
So I believe he, may have been in that car, or he's still in the house. To me, there's no in between.
Right.
There's no in between. And I'm sure they searched the house.
they've searched the house 12 times. I think they took him out in this video.
Yeah, let's go, Justin.
I popped it up there, John.
Okay. Here we go.
Let's go, Justin.
So we don't have the entire video. I have spoke with neighbors. They will not tell me anything about what kind of car it is or anything like that. This was not supposed to get out. The owner of this house, she gave it to her best friend. They were discussing it one day, and she never thought her best friend would ever send it out. But people do things, and she got this was given to a reporter. So you don't really see a lot here, but this is a driveway right here, right? Right here behind this truck is a road, right? There's a road right here. And back through here is where their home is. You're going to see here shortly headlights illuminate above this. And someone turns their car lights on. You see that? See it right here.
Yeah.
See him turn it on?
Yeah, you can see the headlights and the
Off.
tail light.
Right.
On, off, on. All right. So someone is parked on the side of the road here.
Okay.
The road is in between right here.
Right.
And there is a car. Now, there is 2 flashlights walking through this yard, and they come up here and you can see them doing stuff around the car a little bit, right? One of the flashlights leaves and runs quickly back. The person that is in this car, or persons, backs up and leaves the area.
So now they're going, the two in that area now are going in opposite directions from each other.
Let me tell you what problem I have with this.
Mhm.
Can you zoom back out for me?
Yeah.
Zoom my way back out.
Mhm.
What's this timestamp up here? You said he was missing what, the 25th or the 26th?
So, okay.
Because
The date and you know, in all crime stories, there's always something, right?
oh man.
This
Oh man.
date and this time is stuck.
No.
Kanika Jenkins.
It's stuck.
Because I was about to say, why would this be relevant if it wasn't the night that he went
Yes.
missing? I guess that's what, yeah, okay.
So I've never seen a digital clock get stuck in my entire life until this case, but here we are, and
Mm.
it is the correct night. Now, they figured this is about anywhere from 3 to 3:30 in the morning, based upon when the garbage truck runs, when the school bus runs, and when it gets daylight.
Okay.
So, we only have, 34 seconds of this video. It's the real video, like with the people around the car and everything, I think is like 5 or 6 minutes total. We have 34 seconds of it, which is just where the lights kick on. So
is there proof to his job? I know you say 3.5 hours away, but I have to know that there's proof that he was there the whole time. Like, are they sure he was at his job? Because if he wasn't there, I know it would take so long for him to get to this home, but did he even go there? Do they have proof of that?
He says that he was at work, but he also says that he wasn't home that weekend. I mean, he works Monday through Friday. He stays in a fifth wheel, like a camper kind of thing. During the week when he works down there, he works on cranes. So there has been this person that came out on YouTube, supposedly a coworker, and says that Chris was at work at 7 o'clock that morning, which he could have absolutely, if he was here at 3, let's say if this is him, for instance, not saying it is, we're just saying if this would be him, he could have made it, back to Memphis by 7 a.m. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that falls within a 3.5 hour timeline too.
Yeah.
Also, what's interesting to me is the morning she's calling Chris at 6:03 in the morning. He doesn't start work until 7 a.m. Now, if your kid was missing, right? If your kid was missing at, and you got a call, would you be clocking into work?
Nope.
30 minutes, 45 minutes later?
I'm on my way.
He clocks into work. And he works until 10 o'clock that morning. And then he shows up back in Henderson. He leaves at 10 a.m. and he shows back up at Hendersonville 3.5 hours later. He shows up about 1:30.
Right.
And then that was Monday. On Wednesday, he says, I need to go back and get my camper. It's been 36 hours since your stepson, disappeared. He says, I need to go back 3.5 hours to get my camper. At this time, they are thinking that he just walked away, police and everyone.
Right.
But he drives 3.5 hours and spends the night there. He pays his lot rent upwards to 3 months in advance. That camper ain't going nowhere.
Right.
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 He's gone a total of 17 hours. What happened in 17 hours? You're leaving your wife there alone. Your kid has been missing, right? Your kid just went missing, but you're going to leave her alone. Don't know what happened. She's there by herself. People are out searching everywhere at this point around the house. And he's gone 17 hours.
How long have he been with the mother?
They've been together 7 years, and this is the longest marriage he's ever had. His average marriages last 3.5 years. This is his 5th marriage.
So, and I'm gonna say a headache for him, not for any other real parent. So this kid has been a headache for him this long. So when you ask this question, what parent would clock in to work? Him. Because he's tired of
him. Yeah. He don't give a damn about that little boy.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't care about the kid.
Never did.
That's what.
And that seems to show up during the interviews that they've been doing. It's on the they give off that appearance. Well, especially him during the course of the interview that they had done with Olivia.
Yeah.
This is just from my observation. Now, to me, that's what it appeared to me to be. You know, like he had a non-caring, ness about himself, a non-caringness about it,
Yeah.
So Juanita had brought up one of a great point regarding the dog and the scent. And I wanted to just play a short clip of what the search team and some of the other people that were involved after Sebastian went missing, as to words from their mouth, what they were able to find. This is from the Nancy Grace interview with Chris and Katie. They are also involved in this interview, and now she has a panel. And I wanted to let the audience here tonight just get an idea as to, from the searcher's mouth, what was stated to be true. Not out of Chris's mouth, what he said about the scent and the hits and where it was hit. Let's take a listen and see what they say.
Did you say that's what he wore when he went to bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Joining us right now, in addition to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian, an all-star panel. First to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President of the Cajun Navy, who has joined the search. Brian, thank you for being with us. Who asked you to join the search?
Well, we had deployed a team up to Nashville, Tennessee last week in response to the missing college student, Riley Strain. And we stayed up there until he was found. While we were in the area, we had a lot of people reaching out to us on social media saying that there was a young boy who had been missing for several weeks that was only about 20 miles away from where we were. So we talked to a few people, got some information, and decided to deploy part of our team that was already up there to Sumter County to investigate and see what we could do to help out.
You went on your own. Were you asked to join?
We were asked to join. I'm not sure specifically who some of our people talk to, but we get requests all the time, and we'll reach out. We'll try to get either a family member or a close friend of the family, just so we know we're talking to people connected to the family. And somebody had reached out and asked us to join since we already had assets so close to Sumter County.
Tell me what you have been doing, Brian Trasher. Everyone with me, the VP of the Cajun Navy, who has joined in the search. You can find them at CajunNavyRelief.com. Brian, tell me what you guys have been doing.
Just real, we're the United Cajun Navy. We're the original group that everybody hears about. There's other groups that use the Cajun Navy name to try to fundraise off of our efforts. Cajun Navy Relief is not affiliated with us at all. We are www.unitedcajunnavy.org. We're the original. We're the real ones.
Again, what exactly have you been doing on the search?
So we've had a canine, our own canine team who is already participating in the search for Riley Strain, up there searching around. We've talked with the lead investigator with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Agent Simmons. We've talked a lot with him and trying to coordinate efforts, because we always try to coordinate with law enforcement and make sure we're not getting in the way, duplicating efforts, or putting out any.
You know what, Mr. Trasher, let me just cut the chase here. Isn't it true that this weekend, pursuant to your search, that cadaver dogs hit in an area that had been closed off because of a prior hurricane, and it is on federal property? Bones and other items were found at that time. I found that very odd, as it would relate to Sebastian. Even if it was Sebastian, his body would not have been skeletonized at this time. Can you tell me now that what was found over the weekend is not connected to Sebastian? Yes, no?
No.
Not
No,
connected to
Sebastian.
Sebastian.
That's correct. That hit was not connected to Sebastian.
Okay. Joining me also, in addition to Brian Trasher, who has been leading the Cajun Navy in its search for Sebastian. Hold on, Brian. Other than those hits, have there been any other dog hits in and around the home or elsewhere?
Not from our canine team.
I'm very concerned, Brian, as you can imagine, because LE law enforcement has stated there were no canine hits outside the home, which I find very, very disturbing. Because if he had gone outside, particularly barefoot, there would definitely have been a scent trail. Now, we're hearing from the Proudfoots that there was a hit around that retention pond. How far is that pond from your home, Mr. Proudfoot?
Less than probably half a mile if you walk the whole path.
Is it through wooded area? Would he have had to walk through the woods to get there?
No, ma'am. You can actually walk either the main road or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built, and they have a road that's going to be tied into our subdivision. So you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up.
That's why I
Back
was
to you,
confused.
Brian Trasher. Did you guys search anywhere other than that federal property where the false positive was? Yes, no?
No.
Joining me is Courtney Lasky, high-profile behavior analyst, autism expert, chief clinical officer with Little Starts Therapy. Courtney, thank you for being with us. At this juncture, we know Sebastian to be most likely with people he doesn't know, if in fact he is still alive. How would that affect a young boy with autism?
It would affect him greatly. Based on the diagnosis of autism, we know that they typically have deficits with communication, social skills, and they display some rigid and repetitive behaviors. If, in fact, he is with someone else who does not know him well, that would be entirely out of his routine. He could be engaging in behaviors that he hasn't engaged in before. He could be looking for an escape. He could be looking to get out of those aversive situations. We know that not every autistic individual will wander, but those who do wander, 36%, it's to get out of an aversive situation. It's to get away from something that's overwhelming or overstimulating to them.
Ms. Proudfoot, does he know your phone number? Can he call you if he could get access to a phone?
We have gone over my phone number. I don't know that in a high stress time he would remember it, but yes, I have taught him my phone number.
Was he ever allowed to go visit friends' homes?
He didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative journalist, host of the Outlier podcast, host of Corruption, What Happened to Grant Solomon. And you can find her at laurenconlon.com. Lauren, thank you so much for being with us. What can you tell me about that stretch of road, if anything, between Sebastian's home and that retention pond?
Well, look, Nancy, I mean, I think like everything else about this case, it is very confusing because the public hasn't heard much from the police. We haven't heard much from the Proudfoots, obviously, when it comes to that, or Seth Rogers. And now I'm learning a lot here as I hear Chris Proudfoot say, okay, we can't speak about this because of law enforcement. And now with the Cajun Navy coming in, I think a lot of us are very excited that they are going to basically canvass this road. And they are actually telling civilians to hang back. Nobody needs to search this anymore. You need to stop. You need to stop helping and let us work with law enforcement and take over. Now, I called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday because of all the misinformation going around. And I got to be honest with you, they didn't even know what was going on with this road, with the recreation search. They were either very elusive or they were very confused. But either way, it's very concerning because the people, as well as myself, I don't live in Tennessee. I cover a lot of Tennessee. We are very concerned for Sebastian. We are very concerned. And so,
okay, so let me just stop you right there, Ms. Conlon. Ms. Conlon, everyone is concerned, but let me remind everyone that law enforcement is under no duty at all to tell us or anybody else, including the Proudfoots, anything. They are not representing the Proudfoots. They are representing justice, and they will do what they have to do. The fact that they're not giving us a blow by blow is their business. Does it mean they're stymied? I don't know. Does it mean they know more than we think they do? I don't know the answer to that. But just because they're not releasing an ongoing investigative file is not a concern to me. At this juncture, I'm collecting facts in the best way I know how. Now, regarding that route from the Proudfoot home to the retention pond, is it your understanding, Lauren Conlon, that there were no hits by scent or cadaver dogs along that route?
Correct, Nancy. It is my understanding there were no hits from the dogs.
It is very, very confusing. It's confusing. You know, sometimes, Lauren, when we try to put together a puzzle, but we're missing a few pieces and we don't know what piece we're missing, you can't put the puzzle together. We're missing things from this puzzle. And right now, I'm on a fact-finding mission. I am pointing the finger at no one because I want to find Sebastian. I want to go to Dr. Jory Clausen joining me And guys, again, please, Proudfoots, Trasher, Lasky, Conlon, jump in if you have a thought or you want to contradict, because a lot of this is elusive. We don't know everything. To you, Jory Crosby, joining us, former law enforcement, now faculty, St. Leo University, very well-known psychologist and author of Operation SOS. You can find him at drjory.com. Dr. Jory, thank you for being with us. Many people have made much of the fact that when interviewed, the Proudfoots do not look at the camera. They look away, they don't cry, and they don't seem upset. Now, that may or may not mean anything. People can be very upset, crying, screaming, cursing. They may show no emotion at all. They may be numb by the time interviews are happening. I'm very different. When I talk about my fiance's murder or I talk about my dad's death, I still cry, even when I swear I'm not going to. But everyone reacts differently. I'm going to throw this directly to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. Much has been made. I'll ask you. You very often look away, don't look at who's asking you questions, show no emotion. Much has been made of that. And I'd like to hear your response. I'm not judging one way or the other. I'd like to hear your response.
So the fact of not looking at the camera all the time is because a picture of my son is sitting beside me, and I'm looking at him. As far as the crying thing, I have been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
Many people have asked me why.
And nothing from Chris.
Mm-hmm.
He just stayed silent.
And it's almost like in the beginning, she was wanting him to do all the talking. But if he wasn't there, why are you allowing him to do all the talking? Like, I don't know about her. I just don't. I don't feel right about her. I don't.
So the cadaver dogs couldn't pick up a scent. The dogs, they couldn't pick up a scent, period. So that tells you he didn't leave walking.
Nope.
He left in the car.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And if we got evidence that points that he actually took out the trash, we can't confirm that, but we know that he was at the home when she left the house, 6:03 in the morning?
Right.
Then how else did he leave the house?
Right. She knows.
Yep.
She knows.
That's what I'm picking up. That's what I picked up during the course of Olivia's interview. That's what I picked up during Nancy Grace's interview, which is in the early stages of this video on Nancy Grace regarding this case. And flat out, what is their theory as to how Sebastian went missing?
Right.
And you got the answer. Who answered? She did. Who held on to their cards?
Right. But my thing is this: if I go with the assumption that maybe she did something or something happened and she covered it up, because I can't say she did something.
Right.
But if I'm to assume that he left in the car with her and she put him somewhere, would she have been able to do it alone? You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right. I don't think he was there when he left the house, because the dogs would have picked up some type of scent, the cadaver dogs anyway. So if they didn't pick up a scent, that means he was alive when he left the house.
Most likely.
I mean, he was killed in a different place.
But she was only gone about 20 minutes.
Just like
Okay,
you said.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away.
She probably didn't do it by herself. She could have dropped them off to somebody, and that's what was done at.
That's what I think happened, because if you go back, I think it's this interview where no, it's not. It's in Olivia's interview. She starts to say something and she quick stops and she says something about her driving around and she goes, and
He's
he
already.
had already, and then
Yes.
she stopped saying whatever she was about to say and whatever she
3
goes on
times.
to. Yeah,
3
she goes, but
times
he
she's
was
saying this
already.
he.
Who's he?
He's already.
He was already what? Like, what are you talking about? So yeah, I think she drove him out of there, and you're right. I think it was either someone close to Chris that met her and took it from there. I think it's just like the Wells, where I think Candace knows a lot of it, but I think there are certain things that even Candace doesn't know.
Don't know. Okay.
I agree. I agree.
Okay.
That's
Now-
just my opinion now.
And I would like to know if cadaver dogs actually check inside the home.
Yeah.
Right.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
I would
I
hope.
wanted. It's a good question. I wanted to know whether the tracking dogs and or cadaver dogs was taken to his RV and let them see if there was a scent or some kind of.
I know that they did show up a couple weeks. They did show up and they did check the motor home.
But if they cleaned it, if it had been cleaned, so I wonder when the police got there, like, did they smell any bleach? Did it, did it smell like was it fresh in there? Like, did she clean up, or did somebody clean up? If something happened to him inside the home,
right?
Right. We got a comment from Lisa that says, Justin, this panel definitely needs to see the cleaned up flashlight video.
Okay, let me see if I can find that.
Yeah. But I wanted to share the answers directly. I heard what Chris said, but I wanted to get it from officials regarding the scent. They're saying no, but yet his narrative says yes.
Yeah. That's very, very weird.
Yeah, that's telling me. And also, Nancy Grace even stated, this is confusing.
right?
They say no, you say yes.
And he didn't argue that point either.
No, he didn't.
He just sat there when she basically told him, you're full of shit.
Right.
Right. He didn't push back at all.
No.
Yeah.
So then my thing is this: why would he want people to believe?
He don't want that pressure on him. He don't want that pressure on him. He don't want the community to look at him as a suspect. He don't.
But if he wasn't there, how could you rule him in? If there's evidence of him being 3.5 hours away during this time frame,
right?
How can you include him anyway?
Right. The only thing that I can deduce from it is one word: misdirection.
Deflection.
Yep.
But if I don't know, John. I don't know. Because you say the police is saying no, he's saying yes. Or could it be a situation where the police really did pick up a scent, but he wasn't supposed to tell it? You understand what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
I get it. I get that.
How far? Where that pond at? Can we drop down and get to the pond?
It's a half a mile.
Half a mile is how many minutes away from their home?
It's not really it's just it's on the. They're building another housing complex beside of it.
Okay.
Here's one video I'll show you, then I'm going to show you one more.
You're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see, 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant.
The mere
This
fact.
video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads.
You know what I find really weird about that, though?
Mm-hmm.
Is all these people talking about that video, nobody mentions the car.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Why is
I'll
there
tell you
not
why.
an Amber Alert for Sebastian?
The reason nobody mentions the car is because either so the person who had this footage right here, right? That law enforcement only had it. The woman that has this footage gave it to her best friend, and she told her best friend not to show it to anyone. They were just going to discuss it together, and she trusted her best friend, and the friend ended up giving it to another person, and that person gave it to another person, I'm sure, or the friend gave it to Nick Barris. And I don't know if they gave them all of the footage, just the flashlight footage. So that's the reason.
Well, isn't it all the same video, though?
Yes, but you can cut out part of it, right? Which is what he did. Nick just had the flashlight part up in here.
Oh, Nick only had the zoomed in portion.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So how do they know Sebastian had a flashlight? Where did that come from?
The mother. So he said Sebastian didn't, take his shoes or coat or anything, but the only thing I can see that's missing is a flashlight, and boom, flashlight videos come out right after she said that.
No.
And think about the number of lights we see in this video.
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't the evidence that they stated that the scent dog didn't catch him going anywhere, so that make that video like null and void of that being him in that footage, right?
That's not him. Yeah. Otherwise, they picked up a scent.
And so mom threw the whole flashlight into play.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's actually people with flashlights out there at 3 a.m.
It was preemptive, in my opinion, in case there was a video that came out. All right, now here a creator did this. Her name is Brandy Gray. Credit goes to Brandy Gray. Look at this. She did a really good job.
Speaking on the flashlight / garbage truck video of the home surveillance that is looking at Sebastian Rogers' home, I am about to show you what I have found. We are going to enlarge and slow down this video sit back and watch. It will surprise you. These big lights could be a garbage truck. I'm not sure, but I think that they are lights on one of the houses, and I believe they are on the Proudfoot's home, and they are stationary. They do not move. Now, if you pay attention to the rest of the screen, the other two sources of light that you are going to see moving across the screen, I will enlarge it. I'll slow it down some, but I will point it out to you in just a minute that these are people. That is two people with some kind of light source. Could be a cell phone, could be a flashlight. I don't know, but it is two
You see
people
them walking
with
right
a
there.
light source. And they are walking back towards those big lights, which
See 'em?
are right at the Proudfoot's home. Jay for Justice showed us where those lights are located by using Nick Barris's video and putting a light filter over it. You can go to her channel to see that. But if you pay close attention here and watch as the light moves across the screen, when it reaches the top of the screen, if you watch in front of those big lights, right here in a second, it's about to walk in front of those big lights, and you will then be able.
You see the person right there?
Yep.
The light moves across the screen. When it reaches the top of the screen, if you watch in front of those big lights, right here in a second, it's about to walk in front of those big lights, and you will then be able to see that it is a person. You can actually tell it's a person even before then, about midway to the lights. But watch closely, and you're going to see this person walk in front of those big lights right there. Right there. You see? Pause it. If you need to, you can enlarge your screen and take a look at it. Even slow it down on your end and take a look at it. Look right now. There it goes. It's about to cross. Okay. Here I'm bringing it to you. Now watch. That is a person right now standing in front of that light source. I have inserted a enlarged still shot of the video where you can actually see that that is a person standing about midway of the screen right now. And I understand that we've been told it's a garbage truck. We've been told it's not relevant, amongst other things. But what I'm telling you is that video doesn't lie. I do have a pretty good background in video and skills with it. And that is two people with some kind of a light source. And they are walking back to that main big light source that never moves. It's my opinion that that big light source are some kind of lights on their house. I don't know who the people are, but if I had to guess, your guess would probably be the same.
President Biden at that fundraiser last night.
Oh, Biden.
So
One thing I want to say about that video quick is those stationary lights,
yeah,
those are from a different house. That's not Sebastian's home.
that's what I was about to ask, because she mentioned that. So I was about to ask, where exactly on the house is the lights located? But you said it's not on their house.
Yeah, it's their next door neighbor's house.
Interesting.
Yeah, Sebastian's house is basically right on the other side of those lights.
I just
Can
feel
we see
like
the other house?
with the evidence, to me that footage is null and void to me. I mean, you if there's no scent trail, how can that be a part of anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why those people was out there. What time was that? 3 o'clock in the morning? What time was that?
3:10. That's what they said.
I don't know what they were doing, but that is weird that somebody's out roaming the neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, multiple people. I get why that looks suspicious, But if the evidence says there's no trail that he left the house dead or alive, then what does that footage mean?
Let me tell you what the problem that I have with this. The fact that the mom mentioned flashlights. So if you want me to believe that it has absolutely nothing to do with it, then what? Then she seen them out there? Or she trying to like throw them in the mix to confuse the people, to confuse the masses? Why mention flashlight? And then at 3 a.m, we got people out there with flashlights. But if it's not a part of the case, or if you're saying that it has absolutely nothing to do with it, it just don't sit right with me.
Mm-hmm.
How can you tie it into his disappearance? Like I
Why
know
the
what
mama
you
say?
said.
Why the mama say?
Right, I get it. I get it, and I get that. But how can you tie that when they have no scent trail where he left the house? Because we have to say he left the house in a car, in a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So what are those people doing walking around with flashlights?
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but to go back to your question 54 keys. This is the actual area on the map. As you can see, the home is right here,
right,
and then what we have is the actual location here, not far from the home, where it was stated that there was a scent that was picked up that led to this area here.
Right. But what I'm saying is where's the house? I still want to know, like, whether it has anything to do with it or not. I have to know. Where is the house with that stationary light that we saw in that video? Which house? Do you know which house it was?
Yeah, if you go to Google Street View, and you'll just have to go back to the corner. There's going to be one shot where you can basically see that house, their garage, and you'll be able to see the lights.
So Seth, the bio dad said that little flashlight that Sebastian played with didn't even work.
See.
There, yeah. It's those garage lights that we see in that video.
And how far is this house from it? It seemed like we just rode for a minute from where Sebastian actually lives.
Sebastian lives like behind that house. Like
okay.
Right here.
Right there.
This is a driveway we just got finished taking a look at. And then you have Sebastian's house right here. The house that had the lights on was that driveway here. This was the common area that they were talking about.
Yeah, it's behind the house, like in that common area.
Yeah. Common area. When they, the news has a way with funny words. Common area. I said, okay, well, common area would be like a sidewalk, something like that. But I said, oh, they got a different definition of a common area.
Mm-hmm.
To me, said, look, it was behind the house, on the side of the house, in the yard next door. Real simple, the common area.
Well, it's just weird, like the way that land is, that there's a gap between the property on one side and the property on the other. But I don't understand why they'd bother with that.
See if I can get a little closer here. And now you can see the external lights on the outside of the building here.
But they would have supposedly went up to that house and then ran back toward the right.
Went behind their house.
Mm-hmm. going back in that direction. And I noticed something too while looking at this particular thing. You see this?
There's a yeah, that's where the like the drainage ditch. Yeah.
I was looking
Yeah,
at that.
that's the common area.
Okay.
Like it's to me that's where they're going to be to hide out more. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, if you can take a look at how deep that is, and if someone was to walk, I don't know if this is dry or wet or something in between, but if you actually go in there, you go below visual level. In other words, really, if you actually walked this trail, no one could really see you. I don't know how deep this is. I'd love to know.
I don't want to give law enforcement too much credit, but don't you think they did a radius and searched the back of the house, going to the neighborhoods or the streets behind the house? Because from the footage where it was zoomed in, it was like they was coming from back there. So from those houses behind the house, I'm pretty sure there's cameras on those houses as well that could have picked up somebody moving.
You see how deep that is? So that would take off maybe about 2.5, maybe even 3 feet, maybe a little bit more if someone was to actually walk this pitch.
Well, it's not near as deep there. It gets way deeper, like where you're
deeper, right? Okay. Right. As we proceed, it does get deeper.
Way
deeper. Right in the middle there's that bridge thing, or gazebo or whatever.
Right.
I don't know if there's a path to get across that or not.
He left in the car.
It's interesting.
He left in the car.
Very interesting.
One thing for sure is there's no way a garbage truck is getting in there.
Yeah.
I don't know who come up with that crap, but Jesus.
He left in the car. That mom took that boy somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I can't leave that alone.
Yeah.
No. Ever since, I can't remember which one of you it was, but said maybe stepdad couldn't go back home because of CPS. It just, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. What if he basically told her, "Is like, you got to do something because I want my house back."
Yep. Who house was it? Was it his or was it both of theirs? Or was it her?
I can't remember. I think it's in his mom's name. This is a good overlay. John, what do you think about this one? People have been asking.
Yeah, this is the one that I believe you showed.
Yeah, I did, but I don't think.
But this is at least cleaned up a little bit. You can actually begin to identify clearly the cars that are in the driveway. And this is
more about the garage lights and stuff, and like.
Right. Well, you can definitely see light. You can definitely see light illumination over to the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
He does the overlay.
Law enforcement actually haven't come out and officially said that, but the subject to light I believe, is definitely a person with a flashlight. I don't believe it's from a trash truck from a few streets away behind the houses across the street. I don't think that's possible. Even with the canopy from the trees not being there, I still don't think that's possible. I'm going to try and explain the best way that I possibly could, because it's me and I'm really bad at explaining things. I am going to try and explain why and what I mean and everything. And I'm going to show you. So I've got this circle that I'm going to be moving about here and there, and I'm going to use this to point out stuff because you can't see my cursor. You can't see my arrow, and that's fine. That's my fault. It's the way that I've got my PC set up and everything. This screenshot is the full image from that same camera. Full image from that same camera. The bit that we saw from the flashlight camera, the bit that we saw was this bit. was this bit here. This light here is supposedly the subject one from the flashlight camera footage, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. You'll see this here, these lights here that seem to be coming from a house, and then in between here, around about here, you'll see the subject 2 light. I'm going to show you that. I've also messed with the opacity so I can overlay it better, but I'm going to bring up the video in this corner. It's already lined up with these lights to the best of my ability anyway. So I'm going to bring that up. You see, it's now playing. You see subject 1. See the lights coming from the house. Let me just restart that. And then watch subject 2 in the middle of all that. Right, you see where subject 2 is coming in? Watch. See that? You see where subject 2 is? Let me just restart that so you can see it again, so you can watch it again. My eyebrow's sticking up. See here? Cheer for subject 2. Subject 1, house lights. Subject 2 around here. You see that?
Why are the lights moving? Why was those lights moving?
Just
That's
play it
supposed
again.
to be a
I think the camera itself was moving.
I'll play it a few more times.
What is it?
I think the camera itself was moving. That's why the stationary lights look like they're moving.
So I can't trust the footage then if the stationary lights are moving at the same time that the subjects is moving. It make me feel like he's doing it.
Just give it a second. He explains it more. Like when he does the overlays here in a minute, you'll see a little bit.
You see, subject 1, the house lights, and then subject 2 in the middle of all that. So what I did is I went on Google Maps.
It could be just one
I tried my
flashlight.
hardest to get round about the same perspective from Google Maps of the houses and that street as you see on the camera in the top right-hand corner. I tried my best to get the same sort of perspective, and I think I got it as close as you could possibly get. So I took the screenshot from the full view of the camera, the flashlight, or supposed flashlight video, and the image I got from Google Maps, and I overlaid it all. And I've got it here. Let me just see which one's which. I think this is it. See that? See that? So these lights here is from the most recent video that's been released. The people believe this here to be the light from a headlight or a tail light from a car, and this here the reflection on the banking across the street from the camera. So car light, reflection on the banking. And what I've shown here with this screenshot, this one that I'm flashing on and off, is the same perspective, or as close as I could get it from the actual camera itself. And I got this screenshot again from Google Maps, same thing. And I tried my best to overlay it and get the perspective correct and the proportions correct, because when I tried to overlay it, I did it to try and get it in the same sort of like position and everything as the lights from the camera. And when you do that, and I'm pretty sure I've got it as close as possible, but even regardless of all that, whichever way you try to line up the lights from the house, because like whichever way you try to line it up, whichever way you try and line it up, right, this happens. Watch. I'm playing the flashlight video again, right? This happens. Whichever way you try and line these lights up, keeping in mind that this light here is a static camera that's on the house across the street from the security camera, right? So this light here is actually on the house that you see on the right-hand side of the screenshot that I've got up on screen, right? This screenshot. It's actually on the house, is that light. So if you try and line that up with any point on that house, right, regardless of where you try and line it up, you know, regardless of how you try to line it up and how you try to spin it, right, keeping in mind that these lights here have to be coming from one of these houses if this light is on this house here, and it is. So everything is in proportion and lined up correctly, or to the best of anybody's ability that got the screenshot from Google Maps, right? So it's all lined up. Play the flashlight video again. Everything's lined up. Everything's lined up. Subject 2.
I think they're walking between
Behind
the
the subject
fences
2
there.
light, because it's overlaid, is a house.
There's fences. Right there.
Just, I'm sorry for swearing, but it's a fucking house, right? Which means, I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit, I need a drink of my coffee. It's what I'm going to do right now. It's not a trash truck. I can hear Justin in my ear talking about it. He said something about it not being a trash truck. It's not a trash truck at all. It's not a trash truck at all, Justin. Sorry. I like you. I watch you all the time, but it's not a trash truck. So, lights lined up. Right? It's all lined up correctly. Those lights can't be floodlights. I reckon that's a light coming from a window from a house there. Right. Let's play the video again. Everything is lined up. Right? Look at subject 2. Subject 2 cannot be coming through, cannot be a light from a trash truck from streets away unless the fucking trash truck has driven straight through those fucking houses there. And I'm sorry for my swearing, but I'm right. That light cannot be from a trash truck unless the trash truck drove through the houses that are present on the screen, which means that subject 2 light has to be, that subject 2 light has to be coming. Let me just get my circle again. There you go. That flashlight, that subject 2 light has to be coming down the middle of those houses.
Yep.
And I'll show you which houses I mean. Let me just turn that off. Let me just turn that off. And I think that's it. These houses here. That's flashlight. That flashlight, it's a flashlight. The subject 2 light has to be coming down the middle of these houses. Because if it was a trash truck, he
needs to be fired.
Yes.
Do trash run?
If it was a trash truck, the fecking trash truck would have had to drive through this house here. Because the light is on the backside of this house, which means it can't be from a street further back away from the houses. Therefore, the flashlight camera footage is right, but only one of them is a flashlight, and that flashlight is coming down in between these houses. When you line everything up correctly, the flashlight, the subject 2 flashlight in the flashlight video has to be coming down in between these houses. Therefore, it cannot be. It's impossible. It's impossible that it is a trash truck from streets away. We've been lied to for whatever reason, and I'm not going to speculate as to the reason why, but we have been lied to. It is not. It's not a trash truck. It's impossible. And I'm not saying that round about those times that there wasn't a trash truck there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that that light was not a trash truck. It's impossible. The trash truck would have had to come through this house here. It would have literally had to shine its light through the house for the camera to get picked up, for the camera to pick it up. That, or the trash truck would have had to drive through the house for the camera to pick it up in the evening. It's impossible. That light is not a trash truck. It's not a trash truck.
So he's saying it's not a trash truck.
Well, I was just, it was more about lining that light up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And showing you guys.
Yeah, I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. I just can't, for several
What's your
reasons.
thoughts, boss?
Huh?
What's your thoughts?
I mean, for one, when he played the footage on top of it, it's still moving. I don't understand why those stationary lights are still moving. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And then,
because that one he specifically showed it. Someone was holding it with their cell phone trying to record it from the screen.
Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Okay,
Yeah.
details.
Yeah, we
So
need to
that's why it's kind of wobbly. You know how it is when your
Right.
cell phone is.
I got you now.
Yeah, because I'm like, is the camera moving? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there windy outside? What the hell's going on?
Right.
Now I don't know what time the trash truck
I
started.
was just about to say that at 3 in the morning.
They don't run no
They
3
start
o'clock in the
about
morning
6.
off, bro.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Regardless of the
not where I'm
credibility,
from.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. I don't think that had anything to do with anything, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just don't.
Well, it was somebody walking around back there, but that doesn't mean it has anything to do with Sebastian.
Right, absolutely. That's the point
Yeah,
I'm trying to make.
Right.
Yeah,
Somebody could have been walking their damn dog.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it could have been a teenager or something, or who knows.
Yeah.
Right. And until it's confirmed by law enforcement, whenever they're ready to release certain details regarding lights in the back of the house, on the side of the house, at around that time, we can hold on to that information. We don't take it off the table, but we have to consider it.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I'm still holding on to that detail about the mom saying he left with a flashlight. You understand what I mean? Like that
Yeah.
just is not sitting right with me.
Mhm.
Was she moving around at 3 in the morning? Did she see somebody out there? Was she gonna try to get rid of him earlier?
Or could it be just the prop that has been included in the narrative? We don't know.
She ain't that smart.
I just, to me, it's just one of them things where to hear her say, the only thing I noticed missing was the flashlight. Like, really? And then there's 2 people moving around or people moving around with flashlights at 3 in the morning. You still, like, I can't let it go. I can't let that go. I'm sorry. I can't let that go.
I agree, 54. I agree.
Yeah.
Justin, do you have the interview? I only had a portion of it. You told me that it was in the list that you sent me, and there was just so many different on that spreadsheet that you had sent me.
Mm-hmm. Of what? Which one?
Of the interview that was done with the news reporter, the one I tried to play last night, where they're both sitting side by side here.
Oh, hold on, let me find it.
Because if you can find it and you have that full video, I would just since we're on panel and we're all together here, 1,183 people viewing tonight's live. Much love to everyone. And please,
you want the ones with they're showing their hands or they're showing their faces?
Well, this particular video here, where they're sitting side by side.
Okay.
I don't know if it does show his arms. If you got,
So you want the one?
Yeah. But yes, please tonight, right now, just take a moment, everyone in the chat, do us a big favor because it makes our work so worthwhile, because it is important, just take 15 seconds and hit that like button for Sebastian, because this is for him.
Yep, most definitely.
This is for him.
Yeah, like Sue Young said, push the goddamn button.
It's funny as crap. 1 second, I'll pull it up.
Beautiful, beautiful. And
I want to ask this question, John. The neighbor who saw him, and I'm not gonna leave it alone. Take the trash out. Obviously, that neighbor would have saw her leave the house. So, do you think that neighbor submitted that footage to law enforcement?
Yes.
I hope they
There was
did
an
it if they captured it.
Of course, they need that. That
Yeah.
helps with the timeline.
So
I hope the time was right on it.
right.
You know, that speaking of that footage, I wonder if that isn't why law enforcement decided to check the landfill.
Right. Good point.
What was the name of that? What was the name of the landfill?
It was in Kentucky. I can't remember.
What did the stepfather do for a living?
Stepfather, he works on cranes.
Cranes.
Yeah, high power, high crane operator.
Okay.
Oh, let me.
I'm just confused because if it wasn't the garbage truck, why check the landfill?
I think because of that footage of someone taking the bin to the street, maybe they couldn't decide if it was mom or Sebastian.
Because if they're looking for him there, then that was mom.
Mother.
I mean,
Yeah.
took out the trash.
Right.
Jesus Christ, what I do?
I don't trust her. I don't feel right about her.
And
Me neither.
the footage had color, like they knew what he had on, right? Even when he came home from the steakhouse, they could say, okay, he had on this, but when he went to bed, he had on this. So the person that they saw, which I know you said the footage was grainy, they couldn't even just tell what clothing or what color clothing this person had on that went to the trash.
I don't know.
I don't know. I can't remember what Seth said. He just said they couldn't make it out.
They need to show us the footage. We can help them.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
For real.
Give us the footage. We'll figure it out. Us along with 1,200 other people. We'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
Let us see it.
Well, we're going to keep going until we figure something out anyway.
Yeah. While they continue to work.
Yep.
Damn it. Hold on.
For once, true crime isn't about drama, so I'm back.
All right. Well, now we have Hopkins County Regional Landfill. Is that the one they went to? No.
No.
It would be whichever landfill that particular truck takes to, but that varies depending on the company.
Okay, so let me go to Kentucky.
It was in Kentucky.
Yes. Let me go to Kentucky. Come on. Okay. Oh, not it.
And that was
I'd actually like to see law enforcement go back there because you remember the Quentin Simon case, Justin?
Yep.
Oh, of course, yes.
It took a long time for them to find Quentin.
Yeah, they searched a few days and they said,
Yeah, that's 45 minutes away from where I live at.
Okay.
Does anyone got that full news interview of Chris and Katie? I cannot find the damn thing right now. Nope.
Is that the News Nation one?
No, it's when it was their first interview.
Oh.
If it's not in your packet, Justin, I don't have it.
Well, I thought it was, but I don't know if I have it here. Let's see here. Okay. Thank you, Spirit Seeker. I got it.
Sandy, we love you.
Interesting.
Let's see here.
From the house all the way to this landfill is an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, she said she mailed the link to John yesterday.
Okay.
Who did the interview? Who was it by?
Was that the WSMV4? Or was there one before that?
Let me see here. WS.
I see one.
Which link was that?
WSMV. Oh, maybe here it is. Hold on.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's gotta be
that's the hands.
Yes, I see the likes are going up a little bit at a time. I was hoping for a big plunge. Y'all have been doing fantastic. And I thank all of you for coming out tonight for this power panel.
I'm definitely glad to be a part of it.
Yes, because the work we do here, as you can see, each and every single one of us brings a talent to true crime.
Yep.
Thanks for hosting tonight's panel.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's good to have a woman like you, Cher, to give me a nudge, because you mentioned it twice before, and I said, okay, Cher's hint, John, hint, John. I said, okay, I got it. I got the
I
hint.
want to make sure we're all doing our part and keeping it moving and going.
Yeah, my wife is many things, but subtle ain't one of them.
Right. I like her. I like her.
She wants things done. You get it done.
Get it done.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are. I said, okay, I got your share. I got your share. Okay. I gotta run. I gotta clean up the house, rearrange the furniture for everybody to fit. No, I don't have no food tonight, unfortunately.
That would have been nice.
No snacks.
No snacks.
Snacks.
No snacks.
No colossal popcorns, John.
No colossal popcorn.
'Cause I was hoping for colossal popcorn and a mega pint of.
Email John and it says first interview in full. Have him check his email again. He responded to it.
Okay.
Okay. Does it have the timeline? Is that the one with the timeline?
Timeline?
Yeah, it's 11-hour timeline.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Hold on, she sent me the link. I got it.
Okay. Thank goodness. See, people know how to move.
Thank you, Spirit
Because
Seeker.
when you have all these tabs open and you got your email box open and you got new emails coming in during the course of a live
There you go,
like
John. There it is.
1,100 people in it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it gets a bit chaotic.
Okay.
I'm still on the landfill. Listen, there had to be a reason why they went there.
Right. Yeah.
There's got to be a reason. And I don't think
Jennifer.
it's just no simple, they saw somebody taking out the trash.
Yeah.
There had to
Well-
be some type of trash pickup in my mind.
There was a trash pickup the night that he went missing. And you know, they got to have probable cause to go in any you know, they don't just go there
right
out of a, you know.
That gave me a thought.
a reason.
Now. That gave me a thought.
Now,
Because if there's no evidence, and Justin had brought up during his 2 live discussions, I was able to catch one item of detail was that bed mattress cover, okay, which is waterproof. And then we talked a little bit about the reason why that bed mattress cover is waterproof and the issues that Sebastian did have. And I went from there, and I've got that written in my book, and we're going to delineate that a little bit if we could. The other is a trash bin with wheels that could possibly be brought into the house to isolate any kind of scent of him leaving the house.
Yep.
Right. And my thing is this, if they're not looking for him at the landfill, they're looking for something connected to whatever happened to him to be at that landfill. And that goes back to me asking about the cleaning up. Did she throw away some stuff? But most
And
importantly for
the
me,
new mattresses, getting a new bed, that mattress in the garage. Now, if bears are coming out around that time, because my kids are all bear hunters, right? That's when we take the garbage can and the recycle bin and bring it right into the garage and only take it out when the truck is coming.
right. So, okay, so most importantly for me, somebody got to tell me when that trash was picked up. I need a
Right.
date,
'Cause
man.
it wasn't no 3:30, right?
It was picked up about. It starts in the neighborhood at 5 a.m.
And she left out at 6.
6:03.
Right. Interesting.
Whatever happened before the garbage truck.
Right.
Yeah.
From what I understand, the trash allegedly weighed more than it normally
That's
weighs.
what I
guess
heard, Justin. I
when
heard that
they-
too. Yep.
when they pick it up, I guess it's weighed.
It weighed heavier.
And it weighed heavier than normal. But I think they would have to have more than that still to search a landfill.
Absolutely. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one, Justin.
Okay.
First, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you?
Oh, you can't hear it.
Is there any way you can blow that up, or it's going to stay that way?
And hopeless.
Hold on.
Excuse me, not blow it up. Increase.
Spirit Seeker, what interview is this? And I just need to look for it. Who is it? Sebastian Rogers' parents discuss his disappearance. Let me look at this because it's not loud. Sebastian Rogers' parents discuss.
This would have been day 8, approximately.
Hold on, I got it. I think
Yeah,
so.
day 8. Yeah, 8 days after he went missing, this interview had taken place.
Okay, yeah, that was on WSMB4.
I got it. John, I'm going to send this in the private chat for you for future reference. Thank you, Spirit Seeker. That helped me find it tremendously. So,
I see, boss, you have something you wanted to, you got loaded up to share?
Oh, okay.
Oh man, I was just watching the interview and it just piqued my interest. It was an interview where they was talking. The father was talking to I can't remember the news station, but he just said some things that I don't think we even covered. They reached out to him and said, "Hey, you know, Sebastian's missing. Don't be mad, but you didn't get here." And man, you might want to look. I don't know if y'all seen this or not, but it's interesting. I will say that.
This one here?
Yeah.
We want to get the word out about Sebastian. Hasn't gotten enough national attention. Sebastian, I want to be clear, was with his mom and stepdad when he disappeared, but you're very close to Sebastian. Do you have any idea what may have happened here?
I haven't been. I don't know. I mean, I got a phone call and a text message that I received after I got off of work, stating that I needed to give the stepfather a call. I called him and he was like, "Sebastian's missing. Don't be upset or anything, but you need to come to the house." I couldn't. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him in over a month. I've been out here looking for him.
Seth, I mean, what do they think happened? I mean, did he just I mean, could he really have just walked away like that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. His shoes are still by the front door. His switch was there. His phone was in the kitchen. It just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I still can't figure it out. I've been looking everywhere, been handing out flyers, been just trying to keep up hope. And I've reached out to United Cajun Agent to sit there and see if they will help me. And they answered my call.
Yeah, one thing I couldn't understand is why they were telling people not to search at one point. I mean, the shift went to the landfill. It was this investigation, and they're telling people not to search. I couldn't make sense of that. I mean, it made me wonder, do you have any indication that investigators may know that something bad happened here?
They haven't told me anything, and they told people not to search, but I've been searching since that Monday. I can't just sit around and not do anything. I've got to find my son.
Yeah, I understand. I would be doing the same exact thing as you, and I think everybody around America would be, and their hearts go out to you. Have you talked to Sebastian's mom, stepdad? You mentioned you had that conversation when they said, you know, he's gone missing, but have they been able to give any more information?
I haven't spoken to them for at least 2 weeks. They're not talking to me.
Why? Why not?
Right. That part. Why not?
Because I'll tell you why. You know, when when you've been intimate with someone, right, and you were married to them, you know they're bullshit reader. You can't look them in the eye, right?
Right.
Right. Nobody knows you like the person
Absolutely.
you've been married to, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your intimate. You know when they're bullshitting you. And she cannot look the father of her child in the eye and speak to him.
For a reason. For a
That's
reason. Because my thing is this: if and understand this, me and my kid's father, we're not together, but I promise you, if anything happened to one of our children, we standing united. You hear me? We united every day.
Absolutely.
That's
I
right.
ain't gonna go no 2 weeks without speaking to him. This his son too. And look at him. He's so emotional. I feel sorry for him.
I do too.
I feel real bad for him. But the mother, she know exactly what's going on. And that's just my opinion.
That's right.
Well,
That's
I think
exactly
she knows like part of it, but I don't think she knows all of it, but I definitely believe she drove him. I think she knows some of it to an extent. She definitely is the one who drove him out of there.
Well, how
So
can you not
she
know
might
part
not-
of it if you drove him out of there? How can
She
you
might
know
only
all of
know
it if you drove his
she
ass out
might
of there?
not know what happened after she handed him off.
Well, she know he ain't come back home.
That'd be the only reason she'd pass a polygraph, if that's even true. That's what I'm
Oh, I
saying.
don't.
Like maybe not
Polygraphs.
everybody knows everything, so that she
But-
could pass a poly.
She said she passed a polygraph.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know if that's
The
true,
only
right?
person we know who passed a polygraph is Seth, and that's because he did it on Nancy Grace's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the FBI like head honcho person.
Law enforcement isn't going to let us know if the others passed it.
Yeah.
But-
See, now
but
that's the
Chris
receipt.
was offered
That's the receipt. If Nancy Grace went out of her way to have that polygraph paid for, that's a receipt.
Well, the polygrapher spoke that he passed. Like he came on there and he said,
"Yeah,
Seth passed it, no problem, whatever." Chris said, "Give me the time and date, and I'll do the polygraph." Up until then, he kept saying, "Oh, TBI said I don't need to do a polygraph because I wasn't there."
Right.
And then when Nancy said, "Will you do a polygraph?" Chris said, "Give me the time and date." And then Chris said, "Oh, TBI is telling me not to take y'all's polygraph. TBI don't give a rat's ass what other polygraph you take. It has nothing to do with their investigation." And he said, "Well, I'm going to do a polygraph with TBI now. But you just said you didn't need to take one with TBI." But then he says he took it and he passed with flying colors. Well, that's not a receipt because we don't know. The
Right.
public, we have no idea.
Right.
Yeah, so he says.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also says the dogs found Sebastian's scent and followed it all the way to that pond, even though no one else will agree with that.
And then understand this. So if Seth, who's the biological father, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
If he passed, and they confirmed that he passed, then it makes me question that whole. It takes us back to that 9:46 to that 11:46. It takes me back to why she felt the need to speak to him for 2 hours. I got a problem with that time frame.
Something
Me
happened.
too, bro.
Like he was the alibi for her, almost.
Something
You know what I
happened.
mean? That's what it feels
Yeah.
like.
Something happened. That's what that gives me. Something happened between that time. Something happened between that time.
Yep.
And for you to be, I think someone brought it up in the chat, and I thank you for doing that because I didn't forget, because I'm going to say it right now. Between that time, it tells me, how can a person be, one, reading,
Thank you.
Talking on the phone.
talking on the phone, that's broken concentration between reading and talking, because I've never done that.
Thank you. Facts.
It is not physically, it's not physically possible for you to read and talk on the phone and comprehend what you're reading and also understand what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
At the
Right.
same-
That's that 2 + 2 = 5.
That's right.
Right. And sleep. And sleep
Math
while
on
you're
that.
reading and talking to your husband.
Right. And
Yeah.
and then you're going to doze off, and then he's going to be the one to tell you to go to bed and put the dogs up.
But then understand this. So the little thump, the noise was heard supposedly at what, 10? At
Yeah.
this
Yes.
time, she would have been on the phone with the biological father.
Bingo.
Did he hear it? Did he hear her even respond to it? Did he hear her say anything like, "Hey, Sebastian, you all right in there?" Did he hear that? Because that would have happened during the time she was on the phone call.
But he never said it or mentioned it during the course of the interview. I even heard her say and tell him, yes, knock it off. You got school tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Stop what you're doing and go to bed.
And then at any point, as a father, at any point did he say, can I speak to him for a minute?
Not him.
Well, and didn't she say something really stupid too? Like, I don't care what you're doing, but go to sleep.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't make sense because obviously you do care what he's doing because you told him to go to sleep. Knock
He's
it off and go
supposed
to
to be
sleep.
sleeping.
Right.
So
I mean, we say that to our kids all the time as parents, right?
Right.
If they're they're not going to bed, knock it off, go to sleep.
Go to
Yeah.
Not, I don't care what you're doing in there. Knock it off and go to sleep. It's why are you up? Go back to go to bed. You got to be up in the morning early.
Right. So that tells me that what I'm getting is that these are two separate alibis. One from her, talking on the phone, reading, dozing off to sleep. Second alibi, I'm 3.5 hours away.
So if the thump didn't happen, let's just say that.
Why lie?
Why did she mention it?
Why lie?
Right.
Why lie?
I'm gonna tell you why. That adds to the story that maybe, just maybe, somebody else was in the home. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
No, stop it. All fingers is pointing at you two. Whether one was
And I
not
really
there or
can't
not.
even, if they can come out and tell me that he was actually 3.5 hours away, I'm cool on him. He might know something after the fact. Did she share information with him? Like, look, something happened. Oh my God. I mean, that would be something you would confide in your husband.
They planned this.
Did she tell him after the fact?
They planned
People
this.
still fell apart. I mean,
you guys want to hear my tinfoil hat theory?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna put a whole bunch of nonsense together. So the father he can't come home because of the CPS thing. Yeah, the stepdad, sorry. And they're on the phone and they're fighting. And he's like, you got to get rid of that kid because I got to come home or whatever. It's me or the kid. And she does something horrible. And they spend the next 2 hours, he's talking her through how to
Clean it up.
and dispose.
Sound like Summer Wells.
Yep.
Problem
I
with
can go
that
with that.
though is Chris is such like he's been married 5 or Katie's number 5, wife number 5 or 6. So I just feel like, and if it's true and he's telling Chris like our marriage is on the rocks and whatever, and he's talked shit about Katie before, and we know he's a cheater because, well, that's how he got Katie for sure, and who knows about all the past ones. So my problem with Chris helping her cover up anything, well, then again, I worry for Katie because that man's not going to stay true to her until he now gets a little bit of popularity and now more girls are reaching out. Like, that man's a cheater, right? Let's be real. So I just don't see he would cover up for her, or if he is, he's definitely like a Don and Candace Wells situation where they're hanging something over each other's heads here.
I mean, he had been trying to get rid of Sebastian to go to his dad's for a long time, and I think it has to do with CPS related. I think
Yes, it was
you know,
before
I
CPS
think
even
Katie
finished the case.
was
Otherwise, why not
I
just
think
do
Chris
it?
said it's either me or my son, and one day Chris and Sebastian were fighting and she just snapped. She was snapped that evening and hit him in the head or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but something happened.
Well, we do know that they aren't opposed to physical punishment.
Right.
I mean, Chris talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt, and it wasn't even. It was like he was talking about taking out the garbage. Like, it was no big deal to him the way he was talking about it.
So he had no problem disciplining the child that did not belong to him.
Correct.
Absolutely.
So
And allegedly he slapped Faith in the mouth while she has braces and cut her mouth all up. Allegedly. That's what we've been told.
Let's go to another angle. If they didn't want, if it was a problem for that kid to be there for whatever reason, whether CPS was called or whatnot, and it was a problem within their marriage, and from what I seen from Seth, it was like he loved his son.
Absolutely.
But he also said, "I haven't seen my son in a month prior to this situation." From his feelings, how he feel about his son, if it was a problem in their marriage, why wouldn't you send him to his father, who I don't see why he would deny him unless his job would not allow it.
Right.
He wanted him.
Or they decide like we want to keep him for other reasons, like maybe insurance or some type of benefit.
Benefits. Yeah, I was about to say the benefits of it.
They didn't get any. I don't think they. I don't know if
Yeah,
they
that's
got
a good
any
question. Is there life insurance or anything on him?
No.
Or even just regular benefits. Like,
We don't know.
No, they split custody. There was no child support. They just split it.
So if she wasn't
Right
getting
up.
no benefits for this kid, then why wouldn't she send him to his father if it was causing a problem in her marriage?
Absolutely.
She was planning on it after he got out of school for once the year was up.
And I can understand that as a mother. I can understand. I can see that. Like,
Right.
So he wouldn't have to switch schools.
Right.
Midway.
But-
So
but-
I can
but she would
understand that.
But she would let him die?
I mean, no, I ain't saying that. Wait, what?
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, you said you understand why she wouldn't send him to the father because of the school situation, but the drama was so bad within your marriage. If it was that bad, and you love your husband to the point where you rather keep him than your son, let your son go to his father where he cares about him. Obviously, you don't because you let something happen to this kid. That's all I'm saying, 50. I wasn't trying to,
I think at the beginning she might have, said, "Hell no, this is my kid and I'm keeping him," like that. But as you know, from the time went on, from February 5th onward, you know, like I said, they might have gotten in an argument that evening, and out of the heat of the passion, you know, she was just like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you know how it gets when you're
Yep.
in the heat of things, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Get on the
Yeah.
phone and call Seth. Look, come get him.
Yeah.
Because something doesn't add up. Because I mean, if they're like lovey-dovey to the point where they would speak on the phone for 2 hours, why wouldn't he come home on the weekends?
Good point.
Interesting.
Good point.
I agree.
Good
I
point.
agree. I think he did come home on the weekends. I absolutely do. In fact, one of the ladies at one of the restaurants said Chris was there the week. Well, the weekend before Sebastian went missing, and even Chris didn't realize what he was saying because he said so much before. But he said, "We're like any other ordinary family. We work Monday through Friday, and on the weekends we try to get a lot of stuff done and go places." So that means you don't work on the weekends and you come home, mother chicken.
Home. Right.
Do you want me to play this? John. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, actually, he took it down.
He on mute. I don't know.
I guess he on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Shannon. I saw your comment in the chat. You know, I said I'm not going to have her keep blowing up that same question. But Shannon's question is, what is the family's address? And she said, please, in the previous comment. And so I wanted to go back to Google Maps to show in the left-hand side of the Google Maps here what that is. I cannot say physically online what that address is, but I can show you.
All you have to do is just Google Chris and Katie Proudfoot address, Hendersonville.
Yeah, it'll come
So if you can see that, Shannon, that is the location that we've been studying here tonight. Now we'll go back to Justin's video.
Okay, you want to watch this?
Yes, because there's something in here. Because there's something in here that I would like. I would like the whole panel to see, and I would like the chat to see, because if this is the one that shows his arms or a little bit more of his body and expressions, yes.
Yeah, I've got the pictures of his arms too.
Okay,
here.
great.
So first, just express.
Why is it not? Well, can y'all hear that?
Nope.
Very low.
Why is it low? I don't understand. Does it get louder? Let me see if it gets louder.
Nope.
That's so weird.
The internet gremlins hate you, Justin.
I guess.
So in your mind,
Hold on, here it is.
That's
There we go.
Through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
Look at
John,
that.
did you hear how much Mandy raised on her stream for EquiSearch like a week ago?
No, I didn't.
Helpless.
No, I didn't see that.
And many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster.
She's really red there, huh? Like a tomato.
To the door.
She's rocking.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
Yeah, she's looking as red as Chris Watts did.
All the way down her neck.
Yeah.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna come home.
He's gonna walk through that door. And this street will be flooded again with family
He laughed because he know it's bullshit.
Hugging,
Well,
loving, and
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to
It's
do with when he
before.
comes home. So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
I don't get the
Said
laugh.
good night to his puppies.
I don't like that laugh.
A little bit
Could
later,
you
I woke
could
up
stop
from
it
bed,
right here?
And when I woke him,
Can you? Okay, great.
Listen. Oh, my bad, John.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Listen, I don't like that laugh shit. I don't like that. Because understand this, when they said, think about what they're saying when they laugh. He's coming home. It's about coming home. They laugh. And then this whole thing right here about him going to bed, and then when she say, and he did and laugh, I don't believe that neither. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You see how long it took her to give a summary as to the question, walk us through your day? And she comes up with a micro bite of a summary, and now he's being told to go to Sebastian is being told to go to bed.
Straight to that.
It's less than an Advil capsule. See, that's
giving him his sleeping meds at all right there.
yeah, it's too minute to have incorporated just what she said for the question, walk us through the day. She didn't start off by saying, well, we got up in the morning, we had breakfast, and then he took a shower, and then he put on his clothes. I was already dressed. We had a couple of things to do in the house before our day began. Come on now. They went out a couple of spots, got home. He's playing in his room. I told him to go to bed. He said good night to me. He said good night to the dogs, and he went to bed.
So which interview is it where she does say, Justin, maybe you know, fun fact for you, I actually cooked breakfast that morning.
I think that was on Olivia's.
Yeah, that was on Olivia's. Yeah. Yeah. This one, this was their first interview. And then the second interview, they showed just their hands during the interview, which was really weird as shit because you just already showed your face. And if your kid was missing, wouldn't you want him to see your face?
Yeah.
For some comfort if he's able to watch.
And I want Mark to see the bite marks on Chris's arms where you can literally, and once he realized it's there, he tried to say it's from roughhousing with the dogs who are fucking little. As far as I know, they're little dogs, so roughhousing with them at his size would be kind of dangerous. But the way he like has it, you can tell it's like right in here in bite marks. We'll find the picture for you, but yeah, I'd like Mark to see that. Have you seen that one, John? It's
No.
like perfect placement. Like I could picture, like you can almost see it, but I did it to myself. I put my arm and bit, and it looks exactly like the marks on Chris's arms. So it's like a headlock, having someone in a headlock and they were biting you. And remember, Chris made a comment that he would bite people.
They wanted me to clarify in chat. I think 54 said she was on the mom was on the phone with the bio dad. It's the stepdad.
The stepdad. Oh, I'm okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's stepdad. So I just wanted to clear that up. But yeah, I've got pictures of the arms zoomed in. I'll show them to you in a second if you want.
Thank you, Justin.
come up for school, he wasn't there.
Yeah, I'd like to see your reaction. That did.
So in your mind, that's
Can you just go
usually around
back
what
about
time?
30 seconds
When
so
you
we can
normally
listen
wake
to that
up?
all in one shot?
The boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
No phone call.
So
Yeah.
in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower, in the living room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him."
Lie.
Why is that? Why did she giggle three or 4 minutes, give or take?
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying, Justin. See, me and Justin, we here,
Yeah.
baby. Lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
You notice that the 6 o'clock time is very important. It goes
Yeah.
back to the time where she actually talked to her husband, and also the time that she left the house. Right?
Yep.
Yes.
She didn't speak about nothing about 3 o'clock. Seeing nobody walking around with flashlights, even though she said he took one. The 6 o'clock time is the time she left the house and took that boy somewhere. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. She say that because that's the time she knows she left.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I said, "He's not in the house."
Listen to that. He's not in the house.
About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
Ooh,
So at
that
that point, is
breathing.
that when
That
you
breathing.
call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home.
No, ma'am. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's,
How would you know the police got there so
I have
quick?
an earpiece in that talks to my
Bingo.
phone, and another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
They had
lied.
cars from here down.
And that's not true. If it took 30 minutes for him to get there.
As far as
If they called at 7:30, it took them 30 minutes to get there.
They called it 7:30.
Through both of your minds.
She calls him at 7:03 like that, and at like 7:23 or something, they transfer them to dispatch, and they don't show, and the police doesn't show up till what, 7 o'clock? Close to 7 o'clock, 6:30.
Okay, wait.
I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. Like, I thought you said 6:03 is when she called him, and minutes later he called the police, non-emergency people.
She calls him at 6:03. They at 6:22 they call the non-emergency line, and at 6:30 they transfer them to dispatch, and then at 7 o'clock, is a little bit after 7, is when they show up.
That's on point, Justin. Yep.
Police got at the house at 7:05.
Okay.
Yeah, it
So
wasn't
about a half hour or so.
non-emergency number.
Even though Chris says the police were there within 10 minutes of the call, so I don't know.
Mm-mm.
But Chris is also a known liar now. Like,
Making me believe that she was up before 6.
Of course she was.
Yep.
She didn't
Of
go to
course
sleep.
she was. Of course. So now, so we got her talking to the stepdad between 9:46, 11:46, and then first thing in the morning at 6 a.m. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yeah, she calls her husband that's 3.5 hours away at 6:03.
Yep.
They call the non-emergency line at 6:22. At 6:30, they are transferred to dispatch, and the police doesn't show up till 7:05.
So
And he says 10 minutes.
So when she called him at 6:03 and she said she left the house a little bit around that time, was she on the phone
with him,
with the stepdad?
Yes. No. Yeah.
was
Yeah. With
driving
stepdad.
around?
Yes.
Was
Yeah.
he guiding her to where to take?
Bingo. There you go, 54.
Yep.
Oh,
I think she was. I think, in my
He's
opinion,
coaching
I
her.
think she might have dropped him somewhere about 30 minutes off.
Yeah, because waking up at 6 and then 3 minutes later, she's on the phone.
Mhm.
That quick. How could she have checked the house twice?
Exactly.
How could you
she have checked that? How could she have checked that house twice? Think about it. 3 minutes from the time she woke up, found out he was gone, walked through the house. She checked it twice. She opened up closet doors. She's going in the bathroom. She's
looking out the
looking
windows?
outside, looking out the windows, all in 3 minutes.
No
And
way.
then it was exact. I don't like that whole 3 minutes. Usually we say it was about 5 minutes. It was about 10 minutes. But 3,
Well,
she knew exactly.
3
No,
minutes
I
is
can't
the,
go.
is the deceptive number. By the
Yeah.
way, it's the deceptive number.
See?
Well, and in later interviews, she says it's 1 minute.
Yeah, she said no more than a. Yeah, she's like a minute.
And-
Yeah.
Justin, how far does Chris's sister live from his house? Because we can't forget that Chris's sister is actually the one, while live streaming, said that they should run over one of Chris's ex-wife's kids. Remember, you should just run them over. So Chris's sister talks super foul. How far away did she live, or stepdad live from the house?
I'm not sure. I can't remember how far she lives. I think it's. I don't remember. I don't want to say. I don't remember.
Yeah, she ain't call nobody else because they had to pull their phone records.
Yeah.
But my thing is this: if she going from with the 1 minute, then the 3 minutes, it still to me feels like she want us to visualize her running through the house, frantic,
Yeah.
panicking.
Right.
You understand what I mean? And if that's the case, if I go with that, then my first phone call would be 911, not him. He can't do nothing for me if he 3.5 hours away.
Exactly. So think about this, 54. You call someone and you're like, hey, you call, your husband that's 3.5 hours away calls the non-emergency line and say, hey, my stepson is missing. My wife just called me and he's gone. We can't find him. They're going to say, well, I need to speak with her.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
They're not going to speak to someone 3.5 hours away. No bueno.
No.
No,
I agree with you. They want to talk to her. That's why I'm saying it's like she's trying to fall into the background. Because in that one interview, remember, I was like, why? It felt like she was trying to let him do all the talking. Like, how he gonna be talking and he wasn't even there? I don't want to hear from him. I want to hear from you.
That's been one of the things the entire time. Why is he doing all the talking? He was 3.5 hours away at work, right, Chris?
It makes me think that whole again, because I'm back on the tap. The 9:46 to 11:46, and then at 6:03 in the morning, he's coaching her. He know what's happening too. I'm telling you, he's coaching her because she was probably frantic, panicking. You know, because I don't know if this was an accident. You know, if the boy fell, hit his head on something, died. She was scared to call the police. Y'all said CPS was involved. I don't know.
That boy, she probably got him in the car alive. Because remember, cadaver dogs ain't no death scent. Took that boy somewhere, like we said, either dropped him off to someone, or she did something to him when she got to where she was going. It couldn't have been no more than 10 minutes away, because I don't know how long it took for her to get back home, but I know they call it 6:23. You said 6:22.
Yeah, but remember she left the house at 6:03.
Right, and that the call was made to the non-emergency people. What, 6:22?
Yep.
19 minutes.
You better get back. The cops are on the way.
Was she back home when that call was made, or was she still in the car driving home?
Right.
She says, Chris said, you better get home. They're on their way. Police are on their way. Well, if that's the truth, then if you was on that 911 call, you don't need Chris to tell you that. You were on the 911 call. You know that they're on their way. So that don't make any sense. I don't believe she was on that 911 call.
On point.
I don't think she wanted to be tracked wherever she was going. How about that?
Yeah, I think she just left her phone on the call and didn't have her phone with her when she left the house.
The burner phone with them.
That, or she had a burner or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, or a work phone. Y'all said she worked for a security company.
Yeah.
She don't have work phone?
Yeah, exactly.
Another phone.
Yeah.
They would have tracked her phone and that work phone, but a burner phone, you couldn't find that.
But would they have been thinking about tracking a work phone? You understand what I mean? In a situation like this, I could see them focusing on her personal phone, because that's probably the phone she used to call her husband. But
I'm
what
sure
about
they
the
would get a
work
warrant
phone?
for the work phone. They did with Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts.
I hope we're not smarter than them.
Well, one thing for sure is law enforcement isn't telling the public everything that they have.
Right.
Well, I can tell you that they have VoIP lines, which is, I forget what they are, but they're like the office lines, the virtual lines, as well, and you can use those anywhere, and you can have them forwarded anywhere, and it'll look like you're in one place or the other. Also on February 6th, Chris and Katie shut off 2 phone lines and a home line as well, which Chris says he left there the 5th. Was trouble in paradise? Was that when they were splitting up, or what was going on?
Right.
And that was the same time that he said that he had left.
Yep.
To go to work and didn't return until Seth went missing.
Sebastian, yeah.
Excuse me, Sebastian. Thank you.
It's so easy to get away.
Marriage was on the rocks at that time too.
Okay, let me play this.
Are we panicking? Is it this, oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before.
He's giving her a hard stare.
I don't know why.
And he's turning red.
I don't know why he walked out that door.
I don't know why he walked out that door.
He's a good kid. He's not.
Well, Chris has said to someone that I know. We've got the that he said Sebastian didn't. What did he say? ICU. He said that he knew Sebastian didn't walk out the door, and he knew that. I don't know. She just said it a few minutes ago. I'll shut up. I'll wait till she types. Maybe
She's
she's
not
here.
a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble. So,
Is that chuckle?
Well, time you beat him.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's
Why
something
did he
about
go?
misbehaving.
Another $1 million
Behaving.
question is how.
Mm-hmm.
Seth
to
is
see him in
in
their
chat,
interview,
by the
too.
way. Seth is in chat. That is the real Seth. I just checked. He just had surgery yesterday, so Seth, wishing you some healing vibes. I see you said he didn't say he didn't run away, and no, he said he didn't run away and no one took him out of the house. He said he doesn't know what happened and it doesn't make sense.
Damn right, it doesn't make sense.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he probably know through her. She probably gave him, but I don't think he was there to witness that. He's probably going off of what she's then told him.
He
Yeah.
he was taken out the house.
Yeah, he
No
was
other-
taken out the
Yeah.
house. Ain't no doubt in my mind.
There's no other
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, there is no other way, especially, and this is the critical thing for me, and I'm glad that we're able to play that here tonight on tonight's live, is to hear it from the officials that said there were no hits outside that house.
Right. And then not to mention, she's saying he's not a runner. He's
Right.
not a runner. He went out. Listen. Listen. Mm-mm.
Much love to you, Seth.
She hurried up and was like, I don't know why he walked out that door.
Yeah.
That right there, I don't like that.
Yep. Little clues. Much love to you, Seth. And there was a Seth that joined the chat last night, and I thought it was you. And it was somebody running around being nosy, being stealthy and whatnot. But since this is you, much love to you. We're working for you.
Absolutely.
We are working for you.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Working for Sebastian, working for you too.
Absolutely. And I'm praying that God put a protective shield around you, baby. You got people out here, we want to know what happened. We want to know where he at.
Absolutely.
Amen.
He gonna get you through this. He gonna get you through it.
I love those healing vibes 54. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He need a protective shield. He needs
Amen.
that.
Yes.
Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. So I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
That seems more like they're just trying to isolate Sebastian from the world and
I mean, we've
protect him.
cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide. We've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
That's what you want us to know.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
This big question mark. He's vanished. And no one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
See, even she says Seth would be in the front row.
So what happened?
Mm-hmm.
What happened when Seth did the interview and he said he didn't see his kid in a month?
Right.
You know, and then after the situation happened, he said they stopped talking to him.
Yeah.
Why?
Yep.
Well, wait, I thought he was meaning he hadn't seen him since he had been missing. So I'm assuming that interview was what, a month later?
He said a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
He hadn't seen. Yeah.
My fault. Go ahead, John. My fault.
Seth said, notice she didn't actually answer that question.
He said that was the date from the interview. That was Seth said. Right here.
Right.
That was the date.
So if it was 2 weeks, then it was 2 weeks prior to his disappearance that he had seen his son.
Mm-hmm.
If that interview happened 2 weeks after the disappearance.
Right.
And here's the thing. Even she's excluding Seth.
Yes.
I told y'all. You understand what I mean? Even she's
They
doing
have admitted that Seth didn't do anything. Like they've fully admitted. They said Seth had nothing to do with this. I mean, they still say that.
Okay.
I would take that as the truth.
Me too.
I would take it as a fact. He's not there.
That's a fact.
Well, I mean, you can't get a better alibi than being in a jail. You know what I mean? He works for the jail. He's part of law enforcement.
They got him all on camera.
I mean, you know how many cameras there are in a jail, right? And think of how many times you have to flip your badge to open up a door.
Absolutely.
You have to flip your badge to get in the parking lot, in the garage, in the door, and the next door, and the next door, and the next door, right? Clock in. I mean, so it's
everything
not
is
even
time coded.
Digital, digital evidence, that footprint.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. I mean, Seth can't even take his phone in. His phone is left in the car because it's a jail, right? Okay.
I mean, two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
I'd like to ask Seth if that's actually true.
Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet stuff.
Has she already elbowed him yet? I wasn't paying attention. Did she already elbow him when she was talking about Seth?
I didn't see that.
I don't think we got to that point yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because it almost seems as Chris is getting ready to say Seth's location, where he lives,
Okay.
and that's when you see the elbow move.
Gotcha. Okay.
He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
I mean,
An eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here. We've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no
classic.
hip hop. We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really
Well,
get
I say
into it
rap and
anyways.
things.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year he was, I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got T-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Why is she go in detail about the marks on his back?
I mean, even a fly, and he's like,
Marks on his shirt.
And
Oh, okay.
But you see, he doesn't like to be outside. He's terrified of bugs.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like to be outside. He doesn't like to get dirty. Now, does that sound like someone's going to go out in the middle of the night from 12 to 6 a.m. when it's cold outside without a damn shoe on, and there's no scent, and there is nothing of him on camera?
Right.
Mhm.
2 + 2 = 4, Justin.
Yep.
That's
All
right.
day.
All day, every day.
Always has, and it always will. Right?
That's right too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it.
Mirroring
He
each
is
other.
all about it.
but I mean, he's very smart.
He
can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it
Elbow.
up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, the boy loves
He
a
knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt. He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by
Elbow.
Clarksville.
So
See
he
it?
could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way, he
takes
would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
Yeah,
His dad
Justin,
works
play
with
that
him.
part again.
Oh, we're going this way. We're going
Okay.
that way, and
The routes.
yes,
Familiar routes.
Now, how far away
Right here.
does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he
Yeah. That was intentional.
No,
Yeah,
it was because
that
the
all
website
out.
didn't move.
This house.
But then when you consider the
can make
question, all they
sense.
did was ask where Seth lived.
Right. I understand what that
What
means.
would it have meant?
Don't talk about Seth.
That she's asking about.
Right. And she didn't already excluded him. I mean, my impression after listening to her was he was Father of the Year.
Yeah.
So why would this question be a problem?
Right.
Location?
Maybe
Possibly.
not to give his address out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait.
Location.
So how far is Clarksville from them? How far is Seth from them?
45 or about an hour, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
that's
know.
what-
See, I
that's
don't.
what that's what I call withholding. And they've been pretty good at the concept or the technique of withholding, knowing
Lying by
what,
omission.
right, what to give, when to give it, and how much to give.
Right.
Between the two of them, they have a rhythm. I picked up on that last night. There is a rhythm here that's critical to this case. Absolutely critical.
And they might want to look in Clark. Did they look in Clarksville?
No.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
The adults in chat say
Wow.
He loves playing games.
What about
Right up here.
navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
That is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just
I mean-
directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, that boy loves
He
a
knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt.
Uh-huh.
He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going this way, he would
takes
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing, and it works out. So
Let's talk too, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What, of any of that, do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Just that you don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
What?
I would say it like this: everybody has an opinion.
That didn't even sound right. And he jumped in to
That's
save her
perfectly
stupid
okay to
ass.
have that opinion.
Listen,
You're not in this situation.
that didn't even sound right.
You don't quite
Rewind.
understand.
That's all
Oh,
she could
man.
think of. She couldn't think of nothing else to say about that.
But that. And then my thing is this: if she's painting this picture of Seth as being a good father, they saying, look, he's seeing him on the regular. So, you know, she got to communicate with him on the regular. I mean, think about Chris, his position in all of this. You got this woman talking to her ex on the regular because they share a child. So then my thing is this: then if we know that Sebastian was a handful for him, you get rid of Sebastian, you get rid of Seth. It's like killing two birds with one stone.
I never thought of it that way.
But why not?
That's the only thing. Sebastian is the only thing linking her with Seth. You understand what I mean? They share a child. We've all been, we share a child. So
Yeah.
I wonder how much involvement Chris had in that because he's so controlling, and you see Seth even like backs down, compared to him. It's weird. Very weird.
I see what you're saying, though, 54.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm just thinking about Chris's position. You know, picture yourself in a relationship and she got to keep talking to her ex because they share a child. And if he's controlling, usually along with that comes jealousy. You understand?
Well,
Spirit
there would be
Seekers says,
some insecurity for
Some type of
or fear
insecurity.
of retribution too,
Yeah.
because
They cheated on each other.
yeah, she
So
cheated on Seth with Chris.
I bet Chris
See?
keeps close reins on their communication.
so Spirit Seeker says, but Seth spoke with Chris way more than Katie,
Yeah.
but he spoke to Sebastian the most. That's per Seth at 54K.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he liked that. I don't think Chris liked that.
look,
the problem.
he already knew what he was getting himself into when he started dating her. That was his decision to back away.
Yeah, you're right.
Chris cheated too. They both got together by cheating on their spouses, and they both got divorced around the same time too.
See, but you got to keep talking to this man.
Yeah.
You got to keep because they share a child.
Yes.
Come on, man.
But-
Listen,
but-
you kill
but-
two, you get rid of Sebastian, then ain't really nothing else she need with Seth.
But
Please
Chris,
talk to him for the guy.
but Chris was the middleman. Like he
Controlling.
didn't
Controlling the
yeah
narrative.
like he talked to Chris, or he talked to Seth more than Katie talked to Sebastian's bio father.
And that's what he said too. He said he talked to him daily.
Mm-hmm.
And how would that make one feel?
I don't believe that. He ain't talk to that man every day.
You know, think about it, chat. How would that make you feel? Your ex is talking with your spouse.
Well, I think Chris was the middleman. I think he was manipulating Katie to get Sebastian out, and he was manipulating, trying to get Seth to, take Sebastian, and Sebastian was going to go with Seth. But I think he even admitted, they were trying to talk Katie into having Sebastian move in with Seth, and finally they got her to agree to it so he could move in with his dad.
Then it wouldn't make sense if he agreed to do something to this kid. If he was already going to accept the son, which, like I said, I seen this interview with Seth, which we all did. It seemed like he was a good guy. He loved his kid.
Love his
So
son.
if this was causing a conflict in their marriage, and the resolution was to send him to his father, then why not just do that? Then doing something to this kid, because I don't care. They did something to this kid.
I don't think it was soon enough. I think
Right.
Chris
Timing
and
is everything.
Katie had it up to past their head, and I think Katie was just frustrated because Chris, in my opinion, was always bitching and moaning and screaming at Sebastian. And I think for whatever reason, something happened.
Yep.
That's why they were on the phone for 2 hours in. He was bitching at her.
Yeah. Because it's always, he wasn't even acting up this time. He acts up. He'll get in your face, but he won't hit you or anything, and all that. It's like, can you
Yeah,
imagine
there's a whole whack of
15-year-old
stuff that
getting
they
in
say
front
like
of
that.
Chris's face? I mean, can you imagine? Chris would lose his shit. He would. I've seen him be so mad on panel, his voice is quivering over at someone on panel.
Well,
it's his way or the highway.
Yep.
And that's why he's got 5 freaking wives.
Yep. I agree with
I wish
that.
people would step back, take a different, wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Have y'all ever seen Nina's interview, Chris's ex-wife?
No.
Y'all need to see that interview. She, in my opinion, exposes what she dealt with Chris, his alleged violent tendencies, the things that she has alleged that he has done, his family. Also, she was in Tennessee. Chris moved her out to Tennessee, and he said he was in California. He was back in California, and his ass was sitting in Tennessee, and she didn't know it. So he's been in places before, saying he was at one place and was at another place. There you go.
Oh,
It's a long interview, but it rips your heart out. This woman, you can tell she is a good person, a good mother. I don't know how the hell Chris ever landed her, but seriously,
Yeah, you gotta listen to Nina's. It's very triggering, but very telling.
Yes.
John, can you pause it for one
Pray
second?
genuinely that no one ever goes through
Yeah.
this.
Yep.
We gotta hop down. Mark's gotta get up early in the morning, but thanks for inviting us up on panel tonight. And I'll be in the chat for a little while here yet, but thanks for inviting us, John, and hosting tonight. And Justin, love you, boo. I will talk to you probably tomorrow.
All right, dear. Get some rest.
Absolutely. And
And
thank
everyone
you.
in
Thank you
chat,
for
thank
coming.
you for showing up and showing out. Love y'all. We'll see you again shortly because these panels we're not stopping them. They're just going to continue to rotate. And now Mark wants in. Like these chats have been so good. Now Mark's got the bug again to want to get in there. So
Yep.
that's,
The beard of reason is back, baby.
yeah, it's awesome.
Good. I'm
So
glad.
thanks again, John.
All right, y'all.
You're welcome.
Thanks for having us up, and we shall see you, well, pretty soon, I'd imagine.
You're welcome here anytime. Anytime. You know, we got
Likewise,
emails,
man.
we got connection. Anytime we want to talk or, can talk and make that connection. Yes. we
Your
want you to come
Facebook
back.
messages, John, were in your inbox.
What's that?
We're in your Facebook Messenger inbox. I think Cher just sent you something.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't do Facebook, type
Okay,
stuff.
well, we got our email chain going.
Yeah, definitely. And anytime. Anytime. You know you got
All
love
right.
for me. You know you got love for me.
Oh, yeah. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, y'all.
Voices behind the wall. Much love to Mark and much love to Cher for being here on tonight's power panel. And hopefully, we will do this again. We'll do it again shortly. We're on this case, and wherever this next live goes to next, we will keep you informed, most certainly. But go ahead, Justin.
Just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation?
With the previous.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken it upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask, I'll tell you. But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just, people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
Turns the tears right on.
Look at that.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, The open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Bad. Badly.
But they said, what would you
Mama's
say?
heart.
Hmm.
I know it's daddy's too.
But they say, what would you say to Sebastian? His response wasn't to Sebastian. It was a general response. Like, I don't know. That didn't, I don't know. That didn't feel right.
You were breaking up there, 54 keys. Can you repeat that?
I was saying his response, she asked them, what would you say to Sebastian if he was watching? His response wasn't to Sebastian. It was like a general.
General.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you rewinded, you'll see what I'm saying.
I picked up what you picked up.
Yeah, it shows you the detachment.
Yeah,
absolutely.
it is detached. Yeah.
That's it.
Most certainly. Most certainly. Oh, man.
What?
Oh, man. Justin, do I have that photo?
You on mute.
Oh. Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure law enforcement seen that, and
Oh, you better believe oh, man.
if those are bite marks, I'm pretty sure they impressions. I don't know if they got his dental records or not, which I'm pretty sure they do, but they can compare.
He said his little Morkies did that. Now, the question I don't know is how did it happen on both arms? Both arms.
Right. That's what I'm looking at. It's on both arms. In the same area. On both arms.
One side looked like scratches and the other one looked like a bite mark. So if somebody had their forearm, up against like your face, your mouth, you would bite down on that while using your using your hands to try to pull their arm down.
Right.
Get off of me. Get off of me.
Right.
It looked like scratches on one side.
On his right arm,
yeah,
it looks inflamed, in my opinion. Like it looks. Maybe I got mine mirrored. Hold on one second. I got my. Yeah, on his right arm, yeah, it looks inflamed. If you ask me.
If you can send me this picture, I would like to see if I can try to line it up with defensive wounds.
Yeah, so that's one of them. And I've got photos. Oh, look, I've got more photos. Let me see here. I have more photos of the arm and what the bites really. Give me a second here.
Yeah, take your time. Wow.
Yes.
Another detail. And he's doing an interview with those marks.
Miley almost got him
own.
on this. People's compared it. This is
human bite marks. Okay.
Human dog bite. And that's a scratch. This is like a dog scratch. That ain't a damn dog scratch on his arm, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but that is not a damn dog scratch.
Now you figure 8 days ago when Sebastian went missing, I'm sure law enforcement saw these marks on his arms.
That's a human bite. Someone sent this to her toddler biting her. Or not, yeah, her toddler biting her. Right. That's a And just the way, let me, hold on 1 second.
We got indentation marks.
That Canva.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
you already know. Love Canva.
Why is it not presenting? What? Come on, Canva. 1 second. Let me edit this. Reload this mother chicken.
Wow. See, that's a detail I didn't have.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting, isn't it?
Interesting indeed.
Yeah. Smiley was asking him about that, and he got really nervous about it. Oh shit, you can't see the bottom of it. And he's like, "Oh, what was that? What day was that? What day was that?" And she's like, "Oh, well, you said you wasn't home yet. You wasn't home all month." And he's like,
Right.
"Oh no, that was after Sebastian went missing. I was down on the floor playing with the dogs, and he said I was wrestling with them or something on both arms like that,
right?
Almost in the same spot. That's what's
the date on this?
interesting.
Like from the date of this video right here.
That's
from
day
when-
8.
Well,
yeah, that to me, they don't appear like if they are bite marks because they're so wide apart. On a forearm like that. But they do appear to be some kind of defensive marks. This is something external to him. Now, if there's any given explanation as to what these marks are, I'm sure that law enforcement
His explanation
had
is
to
the
take notes.
dogs.
Had to
That's
take
his
notes on it. But they don't seem to be close enough in terms of a 15-year-old. And then we took a look at Sebastian's, mouth, his teeth, and it wouldn't appear to me to be like teeth marks because they're so far apart from each other. This guy's got a big forearm, but that's why
To me, they look like fingernail marks or scratches of whenever, if after the fact, if you know what I mean.
because you've got
putting things
shadow.
away.
You've got peripheral shadowing behind those marks that go up to the crease of his arms.
I would want to know if those marks was there when the police when he got that phone call. They called the police. When he got home, was there any marks on his arm? I would want to know that.
Yeah,
because 8 days later or 10 days later, I can't really connect the two. You understand what I'm saying?
You know something? This was in February. They were not questioning Chris and Katie or Seth in the very beginning. You could be wearing long sleeves in February.
Right.
Nobody is going to know a damn thing.
Right.
Because they thought this kid walked out on his own.
Right.
It's February. It's cold as shit.
Mm-hmm. But he decided to wear a short sleeve shirt during this interview.
Yep.
So then my thing is this. So then if we go back to when Sebastian went missing, do the marks look old? Like 10, a week and a half, 2 weeks old? Is what I would want, because I'm trying to connect the two, and with that time I can't connect it.
To me, it
Right.
looks like they've been healing, in my opinion.
Yeah, Yeah, I picked up on that. They look like they have been in a healing process. And even though this is 8 days, this interview took place 8 days after Sebastian went missing, how fresh a look would they be
Right.
if we would to have seen them at that time?
Day one. Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
These look like they are in healing. Like he's letting them heal themselves. He's not,
Yeah.
it doesn't appear like he's using any kind of,
I'm sorry. A damn Yorkie don't do that.
yeah.
Listen, a Yorkie, a Morkie, a Porky, nothing does that. I'm sorry. It just doesn't.
Wow. So what we're going to do is wrap up this Power Live. Thank you so much, Justin, for,
Of course.
it's critical. Send me this picture because the round table will take a careful look and see if we can line this up with some sort of defensive wounds. I try to match it up, get clarity on, this is the first time I'm looking at this.
Yeah, that's crazy. That right there, crazy.
Yeah.
But I got it again. When did it happen?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It is crazy. So with that, wow. Was this a power talk, power discussion on this case tonight or not? Type a 1 in the room if you feel that it was. Let us know how we did.
I definitely enjoyed
Oh yeah,
it.
I enjoyed this. You know, we like them details. You got to give us the details.
Absolutely.
Yes.
The devil is in the details.
Absolutely.
Better believe it.
You see the chat?
Yes. Thank you guys.
Wow.
For being part of it.
You brought them details. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely appreciate all
Yes.
the information you provided, Justin. Couldn't have did it without
Of course.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I subscribe to your channel too, man.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
yes.
I just subscribed up to you guys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. Boss 54, John, thank you so much. I'm going to drop down and let you say goodnight.
Okay.
Thank you, chat, as well. Appreciate it. Please come back anytime, 54 and Boss, even on my channel.
Absolutely.
Join us in the roundtables.
No,
Yeah,
most
absolutely.
I'll be there. I'll be
Yep.
there.
All you gotta do is ask. We riding, baby. We
All
don't sing
right.
out these kids. We ain't
And
playing.
with at least 1,000 of you still with us, thank you so much. Thank you so much for spending 3 hours and 59 minutes at best with tonight's live. And those of you who are not subscribed to Clutch Them Pearls. Clutch Them Pearls. I know that Miss Justice had dropped your link inside the chat several times, along with Voices Behind the Wall. Great job, Miss Justice. As you do it, you do it.
He does a great job.
And yes, hit the subscribe button because when we're not carrying a live covering the story, guess who's doing it? Justin is. So you don't want to miss any new details that he may get regarding this story. And then as we circle around, going from platform to platform to platform to platform, the details will become relevant, as we proceed.
Yeah.
Definitely. You did a great job tonight, Justin. Let me tell you.
You did.
You got it, man. You got it.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you guys. Y'all are awesome. And I will see you guys soon. I'm going to send you that picture now, John. I'm going to email it. It won't let me send it by my phone for some reason. So
Okay.
I'll get it.
Okay.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right. Good night,
Much
Justin.
love. Much love. Bye-bye.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get on up out of here too, John. I really enjoyed this, and I was nervous at first because I was like, listen, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I be wanting the specifics, so I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
but yeah, Justin did a really good. You and Justin both did a really great job walking me through it. Because again, some of us we're intelligent enough. All you have to do is give us the details,
That's
whether
right.
you heard about the case or not.
Right. But I'm so happy that you were able to cut out your time from your schedule
Absolutely.
to join tonight's panel. As a member of the round table that does this all the time,
Yeah.
to cut out that time to be here and to actually get at as best as we could have given it a good walkthrough of a brand new case coming before your eyes, because you can assess very quickly whenever you do casework. Your gift is in quick assessment. Let's
Mhm.
get the details. Give it to me. Don't go too fast, but give it to me one at a time, and I can put everything I need together, and then I can give you back what you need to hear.
Because I
And
got
that's
papers and papers of notes. I didn't
yeah,
wrote up everything right around all up in here. I'm like, okay, I gotta make sure I got the details. Okay. Yeah.
absolutely. So for those of you, the very first time that you're connecting up here tonight on this panel with 54 Keys, subscribe to her channel. She's amazing. She does amazing true crime work. That's what got us together to begin with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We might have to add Justin to the round.
Yeah.
Justin Cole, man. Listen.
Yeah.
He ride like we ride, I like that. I love
Cold.
that.
Yeah, John, we
Absolutely.
definitely appreciate you for inviting us on, man. And
Absolutely.
I want to thank everybody in the chat who rode for 4 hours and participated and was engaged in the chat, like the video, the live, man. Y'all are super dope, man. I want to give y'all a double salute, man.
Absolutely.
So yeah, John, appreciate you inviting us. We're gonna go ahead and let you in your live.
Absolutely.
Much love, my brother.
And definitely sub up to Bossman Blake.
Yeah.
He's got 2 channels. One is his own channel, Boss Blake. The other channel is Community Crime Network.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and you'll find that on my main page, just in case. I type it in and I can't find. No, just go to my main page, go down to the exclusive content creators, and their link is right there. And it'll only take less than 5 seconds to click that button and then hit that subscribe. Anytime they go live, you'll get a notification. Hey, and check them out. Check them out.
It'll look like this right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Much love to the chat, man. Y'all rode tonight for Sebastian. This ain't about us. This is about Sebastian.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate
That's what it's all for.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. So you go ahead, John, and wrap your live up, and you know how we do. You always can slide through my house, so I can't even lock you out. So I can't even lock you out. You can just get in with a key. So yeah, I'll get with you later. And if you need
Yeah, no
anything,
problem. I know I got a key.
yeah, if you need anything, just let me know.
I certainly will. As soon as I get that photograph,
Okay.
then I'll send it to you guys. And then that could be something that we could get together on and see if we can match it up to something.
Yeah,
All right, that's a
break
bet.
it our way down.
Okay.
All right,
All
John.
right.
Much love to the chat.
Y'all be easy.
All right. Woo! Tonight has been a power night, indeed. And this is all for Sebastian Rogers. I want to thank all the panel content creators for participating on the live tonight. I knew this was going to be sensational. And as we go, it's only going to get better because we're crystallizing the information and making sure that we're going step by step through the facts, not our own, but what's already been found as a fact in the case. And that's what we're honed in on. because once we do, then we have a sense of direction as to where the case is. And then we can deliver that information on an open panel discussion like we had tonight. Absolutely. So with that said, I send my hearts out to each and every single one of you that stayed up with us, hung out with us. Happy 4th of July, everyone. I hope you have a safe and happy holiday with wherever you do, whatever you're doing and wherever you're going and whoever you're going with. Be safe. Definitely be safe. And we'll see you very shortly in the next live that I'm working together to pull together and bring up on the Sebastian Rogers case. I hope you enjoyed tonight. Please, once again, if you haven't, hit that like button because we're pushing Sebastian's name, his case, out into the algorithm on YouTube. Make sure that everyone lays their eyes on it and possibly make a contribution or support in any way, shape, or form. Even watching a live supports the cause. And I'm sure you would agree with that. Other than that, we will see you on the next live. Once again, much love, be safe, stay well, with Godspeed. Until next time.